We started doing this MEPA training about 10 years ago. We revived it. It had really begun in the 1990s with Todd Everts, who's now our chief legal counsel at the legislature. He had been working with the Environmental Quality Council. It was clear that state agencies were getting pinged a lot in their litigation. They were getting litigated over MEPA. And so the Environmental Quality Council took it upon itself to work through some of those issues, talk them out. The office established this training for state agencies to help the agencies get a better understanding of MEPA overall, how it works, how you should do it well so that you don't get litigated, because they really were getting litigated left and right back in those days. And it was pretty tough. We started doing this training at that time. It was tailored to individual agencies. These days, since we revived it about 10 years ago, we're doing more group trainings, but we have done some tailored things. So if, as you go through today and tomorrow, you find some information that you think would be really good for your shop to hone in on, don't hesitate to contact me about potentially putting something together that's more dedicated and more specific to the type of work that you're doing. But also don't hesitate today to ask questions specific to your work, because they can still be informative to other people as they think through their own processes. So don't hesitate today to get the information that you're looking for on a more specific basis. So today the program is sponsored by the letters E, A, I, and S for any Sesame Street fans. If you don't know what those letters mean, by the end of the day you will. I do also want to preface this presentation by saying that my experience with MEPA is entirely academic. So I want to recognize that you, as practitioners who've been doing MEPA, and Mark Ferris particularly as an attorney, may have a lot more information and experience under your belt than I do on the streets. And so I am happy to hear other people's perspectives. If someone asks a question and I might give the academic response, but somebody else has a more in the trenches response with some real world experience to back that up that you want to talk about, don't hesitate. This should be an exchange of ideas today. And so far, I think we've been doing pretty well in managing that with the microphones. But our purpose overall is that if you think MEPA is a tangle, we want to help you sort through this. Get you a better understanding of the basics of it, how to do it, how it relates to your work or how it doesn't relate to your work. We're going to answer these 4 questions. When is a MEPA review necessary? What form will the MEPA review take? How is the MEPA document completed? And how decisions are made with MEPA? Now, you know what I'm realizing is I should ask you guys, can you see the PowerPoint? Great. Okay, thanks for the head nods. Because I've been teaching this class, I've been doing a MEPA class for Carroll College seniors this year, and they're so quiet sometimes. They'll let me just go on for a long time before they say, hey, you know that's not working, right? And I'm like, oh, geez, guys, come on, help me out here. So if anything's not working today, please speak up right away. Our ultimate goal in answering these questions is that when MEPA is implemented correctly, it results in better, more legally defensible decisions. And so I have in parentheses courthouse photo. Whoops, Trevor, that's something that you and I forgot to get done in our time of seclusion. So anyway, there's our first foible today. But we're going to start by looking at the foundation of MEPA. The foundation is that MEPA was enacted on the heels of the National Environmental Policy Act. There was really a tide change occurring in the United States related to environmental legislation. And this came about for a multitude of reasons. There was the Santa Barbara oil spill in 1969 that happened off the coast of California. It was the biggest at the time. Of course, that's been eclipsed now by the Deepwater Horizon and then also the Exxon Valdez spills. So, but back in 1969, that was some of the context around these discussions of having more environmental laws passed to protect things. There was also the political movements surrounding opposition to the Vietnam War. There was the interstate highway system that was starting to be built in the 1950s. This is a picture of some construction near Butte. An example is in Wallace, Idaho. I don't know how many people have driven through Wallace or know its history. A couple of summers ago, my husband and I stopped there on the way through on a trip, there's a great coffee shop that always has a dog in it. I like to stop there. It's a good halfway point between here and Spokane. But the history in Wallace is interesting because they were the last place that the interstate in our area was able to go through. When they heard in the 1970s that the interstate, which was happening at grade and through their tight little valley bottom there, it was going to pretty much wipe out the whole town, they availed themselves of using a new law called the National Historic Preservation Act, and over time ended up having pretty much every building in their downtown designated a National Historic Landmark. And so that's how they were able to fight the interstate process from being built over their town. And so the feds had to go back to the drawing board, and they ended up coming up with this over the town viaduct, which literally you drive right over the town. That opened in 1991. So it was a long process getting that resolved. But that is one community's example of how these environmentally or more resource-focused laws helped change development and how development occurs around us. And of course, Montana had its own environmental legacies that were being responded to. There was the Zortman-Landusky mine. We have the pit down in Butte, lots of mining legacy and other things, Superfund sites in Montana. In 1971, we have Representative George Darrow from Billings. He was a petroleum engineer, and he actually sponsored the Montana Environmental Policy Act. He was able to get it through mostly on a unanimous vote. It was very, only one vote no. It passed 99-0 in the Republican House and 51-1 in the democratically controlled Senate. There was a Democratic governor at the time, and again, George himself was a Republican. There is a foreword from George in our MEPA handbook if you want to take a look at that and read a little more for yourself about some of his feelings around the enactment of this law and its purpose. And here's where I'll stop and say, so I sent you a link for the training materials that is in your Outlook meeting bug. I'm going to stop this sharing for a minute. If you go to click on that link, and if anybody has any trouble with that, just mention it in the chat and I'll have Trevor troubleshoot with you, but it should work just fine. And if you go to that web page, you're going to see materials at the top of the page for today's class. If you scroll further down, you get to tomorrow's materials. At the top of today's, you'll see the agenda, and then the course slides are not yet posted. I'll post them after today. And then the second thing listed in there, Roman numeral 2, is the MEPA handbook link. You were all supposed to get a hard copy if we had done this in person today. And since we're not doing this in person today, we will still send you a hard copy if you'd like one. Shoot us an email so we can keep track and we'll get it into Deadhead for you. But we figured there was no sense trying to mail them out to everyone last week as things were evolving in the delivery of this course, because we didn't know where the handbooks were going to get tied up. We weren't actually certain if mail and print services would get stopped or still be working. And so anyway, we've just held those for now. But for today's class, you have that electronic link to the MEPA handbook. But keep this web page handy to get back to because we will be clicking on other links under the handouts and in-class exercises as we go through the course of the day. Somebody have a question on that? Okay. MEPA was one of several bills considered in that 71 session. There was actually a lot of controversy around it, even though I just told you that it passed nearly unanimously and had really bipartisan support. You can look in the MEPA handbook on the legislation page. It's pages 5 through 9. You can see a list of all the people who were proponents of the bill. But where the rubber really met the road on this piece of legislation is in the appropriations discussion about it. Originally, there was a $300,000 appropriation put forward to implement it, and that was whittled down to $100,000. So if you look at the legislative record, that's where you might see more controversy coming up. It wasn't a kumbaya. It just ended up being the vehicle that passed with overwhelming support. But MEPA itself, it's codified in Title 75. It has 3 parts in Chapter 1, Part 1, 2, and 3. And the first part is what we call the spirit of the law. It establishes the actual environmental policy of this. And that policy is acknowledging that human activity can have a profound impact on the environment. And then it requires the state to coordinate its plans, functions, and resources to achieve various environmental, economic, and social goals. This is the actual purpose statement in MEPA. If you look at the MCA, Montana Code Annotated, Title 75-1-102. In subsection 2, it lays out this policy, and it says that the policy will encourage productive and enjoyable harmony between humans and the environment. It also is to protect the right to use and enjoy private property free from undue government regulation, to promote efforts that will prevent, mitigate, or eliminate damage to the environment and biosphere, and stimulate the health and welfare of humans. And then the last piece of it is to enrich the understanding of the ecological systems and natural resources that are important to the state. So that's a really broad, pretty all-encompassing purpose statement. The 2011 legislature made some significant changes to MEPA, and one of them is that they added this new subsection to the purpose statement, subsection 3, which says that the purpose of MEPA is to assist the legislature in determining whether laws are adequate to address the impacts to Montana's environment of a project, and then also to inform the public and public officials of potential impacts resulting from decisions by state agencies. So there's really a lot crammed into this purpose statement, and I want to back up to the first page here. The first 2 statements, the one in green, encouraging productive and enjoyable harmony between humans and their environment, and then also in blue, protecting the right to use and enjoy private property free of undue government regulation. There's a real balancing act that happens in MEPA between those things when you have a project proposed on private property, for instance, and the landowner wants to move forward and they have to go through the MEPA process, and that's oftentimes where the tension occurs. The private developer might feel like MEPA is holding them up, but MEPA is a procedural process. It is not substantive, and the legislature has clarified this in a couple different ways, a couple different times, but I'll say it again. MEPA is procedural. It is the steps you take to review the environmental impact of an action that will be taken or could be taken. And it does not give state agencies any additional authority than what they already have in their other statutes. And so at DEQ, for instance, with the Major Facility Siting Act, or at DNRC with the water rights permits that are implemented there, you are still adhering to the components of that statutory authority that wraps around those processes. What do those laws tell you about how you have to issue these permits, what authority you have to mitigate or not, or request alternatives or changes to a project proposal? It all lies in those statutes, not in MEPA. MEPA is the procedural steps to evaluating the environmental impacts. So getting back to the 3 parts of MEPA. So if part 1's the spirit, then part 2 is the letter of the law that tells the agencies how they actually step through that environmental review process. They're directed to use a systematic interdisciplinary analysis. And the other new thing that the legislature put in was that analysis really has to look at the impacts that are occurring in Montana. I'll talk a little bit more about that later, but just previewing that here, that you're really looking at impacts in Montana and not those outside its boundaries, except in a couple of instances. So this systematic interdisciplinary analysis is what becomes your EA, your environmental analysis, or your EIS, which is your environmental impact statement. Those are two different types of documents that the agencies can put together in fulfilling this duty under MEPA. So the third part of MEPA is what establishes the Environmental Quality Council, which is who I work for. And the EQC has legislative oversight of MEPA. There are some circumstances in which a project developer, if they feel like things aren't progressing appropriately or they have an objection, that they can bring that to the EQC for review. But that's in pretty rare circumstances, and it hasn't happened that I recall in my 12 years there. So jumping back in the Wayback Machine, we're going to go back to 1971. MEPA was enacted in the spring by the legislature, and then something else important happened in Montana in 1971. We had a new constitution written through the Constitutional Convention that occurred in November, and that was not ratified until 1972 in June when the voters approved it. And so you see, because MEPA passed first in 1971, some of MEPA reflected in the constitutional language in 1972. These photos here I got from the Montana Memory Project. The top one is a picture of all the women that were members of the Constitutional Convention. We call the convention the Con-Con for short. So if you ever hear somebody talking about the Con-Con, that is what they're referring to. And then the bottom picture is a photo of the Bill of Rights Committee. And so it's just interesting to see those faces. In teaching my MEPA course at Carroll, Director John Tubbs of the DNRC came and talked to my students recently about his perspectives as a decision maker in the MEPA process, what he's looking for out of a MEPA document. And one of the things he brought up was this history with the Con-Con and the fact that because it didn't happen that long ago, not quite 40 years, is that you still have living members of the Constitutional Convention. And so you can, if you have a question about how something is supposed to be interpreted, actually go talk to those people and get their recollections of what the discussion was surrounding that particular piece of the Constitution, what the intent was. And I hadn't thought about that before, but that's a great point. We have a pretty new Constitution compared to many of other states. But the provisions in the Constitution that are really noteworthy when it comes to MEPA, there are four that I highlight. The first is the right to a clean and healthful environment, which is really unique in the United States. It's something I'm not sure anybody else has. If somebody else knows differently, maybe Mark, let me know. But I think that we're the only state that has that. It's in Article 2, Section 3 of the Constitution, and is often something that's quoted when anyone initiates litigation in a MEPA analysis, is that they call on, related to a project proposal, they call on the constitutional right to a clean and healthful environment, and that this constitution or this action is going to violate that. Mark Ferris says he thinks I'm correct that we are the only state that has that clean and healthful provision. So the other things that we have in our Constitution that really relate to MEPA, there's, in addition to the clean and healthful environment requirement, or right to that, I should say, and it's classified as an inalienable right, which puts it at the top of the list of all rights. The creme de la creme of rights are those that are inalienable. So in combination with that, we also in our Constitution have Article 9, Section 1, which is the requirement that the state maintain and improve that clean and healthful environment. So there's a pretty lead foot there on the state and responsibility to maintain and improve that clean and healthful environment. And then other two very important pieces are related to the public. In Article 2, Section 8 and 9, we have the right to public participation in all state government activities and the public's right to know. And again, Montana is pretty unique in how it's established this in our Constitution. We have one of the strongest, if not the strongest, language related to the public's right to participation and know in the country. We call this our Sunshine Law because you're letting the sunshine in on government activity. And this is something that people have really leaned on again in litigation. We have the right to know and participate. And if they're alleging that a MEPA analysis was insufficient for a project, sometimes they say, the public's participation was limited for this reason, and therefore the analysis was insufficient because we didn't know what was going on as we were supposed to. But ultimately, MEPA is a tool that balances all of these rights together because, again, there's the right to use your private property without being infringed upon. And so MEPA is where that tension comes together between these sometimes looking opposite goals. But if MEPA is implemented correctly, it's really about making better decisions. And better decisions, when I say that, it means they're balanced, again, between those competing interests and the different sides, but then they're also accountable. And so that the state agencies are being accountable to the public and clearly explaining how they made these decisions and their reason for selecting a particular action. And then also better decisions are made with public participation because the public participation is going to help you make sure you've overturned all the rocks. They're going to help illuminate the issues that you need to be looking at as you go through and look for impacts. They may identify something you hadn't even considered, but you do need to because it will be something that's impacted by the action being considered. But again, the takeaway here is that all of these things lead to decisions that are more legally defensible, which is our whole goal, or one of the goals with this training is helping you put together more legally defensible documents. So if you do get challenged, you have a better chance of standing up on your own. And the state's success rate right now with litigation is about 60% in the lower courts. That if a state agency is challenged, oftentimes 60% of the time right now, looking back at all the cases since 1970s, the state has prevailed and won. When you get to the Supreme Court level, it goes up. I think it's in the high 70s. I want to say it's 78%. I don't have the figures right in front of me at the moment, but that's something to keep in mind. There really is a reason to do your analysis well. If you end up in court, you tend to win if you've done your job. So really MEPA is a stop and think before you act. The courts have called this the hard look, both at the state and the federal level. And just know that when you think about court case law, what the court rulings have said and what they've directed, if there's not case law specific to MEPA, or if the MEPA statutes and rules are quiet on something and don't seem to indicate what you should do in a particular situation, you can look to NEPA. The courts have said that that is okay in the case of the Montana Environmental Policy Act. If there's no information about something particular, look to what the guidance is and the case law is in MEPA. This is where we're going to get into the bricks of MEPA. It's the structure of your environmental analysis, looking at the impacts. And we're going to look at the core questions of when is a MEPA review necessary and what form is it going to make. So the MEPA this MEPA flowchart, if you go back to the website, under Roman numeral 3 and handouts, this process flowchart is right there. If you want to print it out and put it in your workspace so you can look at it over the course of time, you're sure welcome to do that. However, it's helpful to you. It is on the website as a Word document, so if you somehow want to alter it and make notes to yourself on it, it's capable of doing that. But we're going to start in the upper left-hand portion of the flow chart with your proposed state action as we walk through this today. We're going to look at when is a MEPA review necessary. So taking a look at that proposed state action, it's an activity that's undertaken, supported, granted, or approved by a state agency. And that is really everything under the sun, that definition. It can be something the agency is proposing as a project, a program. Maybe it's land acquisition or highway construction or state park development. A rulemaking process can kick off a MEPA requirement. It can also be a project or activity that's supported by any funding that the agency distributes. And so I think that often comes in the case of commerce, also certain grant programs at DNRC and FWP. So funding is definitely a nexus for having to do a MEPA analysis. And then other things that might qualify are any permits that you're issuing, a license or a certificate, some sort of other entitlement to act that an agency has to issue to somebody. That is certainly a place where MEPA can come in. That could be, say, a grazing lease or a hard rock mining permit. There are meat packing plant licenses, roadside zoo permits, which is a great time to ask, who's watching Tiger King? Okay, Trevor, pull up the polls real quick. I actually made a poll out of this because this thing has been on fire on Facebook. Let's see here in the polls. We got it. Okay, please be honest. Who's watching or has watched the Tiger King? Yes, it's crazy. No way. Not yet. Okay, so nobody thinks it's meh. You're having a strong reaction to it one way or the other. Yeah, we started watching last week. I think we're through 3 episodes. And yeah, it's crazy. It's definitely crazy. Thanks, Trevor. But we do have roadside zoo permits. And I think about those every time I watch Tiger King. And if in Tiger King, they show the little maps of where their cubs have been distributed through the country, and they come right up into Montana to our little roadside zoos. Anyway, I digress. Now, it feels like yeah, Mark, we're going to get to the exemptions here. So it feels like in this definition that this covers everything under the sun and is very, very broad. And so what I need to then tell you is there are exempt actions, and there are different kinds of them. So I'm going to start at the highest level. These are exempt actions that don't require a MEPA review just because of their special nature. They can be administrative, which would be routine procurement, personnel decisions, clerical, things like that. They can be maintenance, which is just minor repairs and operations and maintenance of existing equipment and facilities, nothing new. It could be investigation and enforcement. Those are exempted. Data collection, inspection of facilities, enforcement of environmental standards. You don't have to do MEPA review for. Ministerial actions. So my best example of this is when FWP issues a fishing license. That is something that they're required by law to do. They have no discretion really in who they give it to as long as they qualify. And so they don't have to do a MEPA analysis for that. And then there are also the actions that are primarily socio or economic in nature and don't have other types of impacts to the environment. Those are also exempted from MEPA review. There are other things the legislature has exempted by statute. Those are in your MEPA handbook listed in Appendix C. In the way back, the very back of that handbook, you can see some specific things that the legislature says, okay, these don't require MEPA review. And sometimes those are political decisions, or sometimes it's because of expediency, or sometimes it's because they think there just isn't an environmental impact. The one I remember most recently that I drafted was for FWP, a permit to trail domestic livestock across FWP lands, that does not require a MEPA review. Or for a snowmobile, they have snowmobile clubs around the state, and FWP issues grants to them. And if they're issuing a new grant, new funding to that club for an activity they've already been doing, they don't have to do the MEPA analysis over and over and over again. There are other types of exemptions. These are called categorical exclusions. These are exemptions that the agencies have determined, usually by going through a MEPA analysis of some kind, a programmatic analysis or a kind of rulemaking, where they look at the impacts of this kind of action and they decide up front, nah, there aren't any significant impacts. And we can keep doing this as a categorical exclusion unless there's something really new or really unique about this proposal. Normally, if these are operating as we expect, they'll just be a categorical exclusion, and we don't have to spend our time and resources doing a MEPA analysis on them every time. They do have to take the time to go through the checklist and make sure this does qualify as a categorical exclusion, that there's not something odd about this project that does require a further look. So there is a little bit of work that goes into a CAT-X, as they're called in short. But mostly you can just say this is a CAT-X and move on. So speaking of CAT-X's, most of the agencies have specific CAT-X rules to tell you what qualifies. And again, if you look at the website under the materials for today, under handouts, the second bullet point is the categorical exclusion rules for your agencies. I don't have anything there for military affairs. I'm sorry, I didn't double check that whether or not you guys have a CAT-X rule. But let's look at a couple of these real quick. Go ahead and pull up the CAT-X rule for your agency. The one I have at the top of my pile right now is the DNRC categorical exclusion. And it says that, for instance, categorical exclusions for forest management activities. And Shane, I think of you and what you're doing. If the forest management activity is conducted on state land, these categorical exclusions apply. Minor temporary uses of land involving negligible or no disturbance of soil or vegetation, having no long-term effect on the environment, or plans or modifications of plans that would not necessarily predetermine future individual department actions. The issuance, renewal, or assignment of a lease or license when the uses will remain essentially the same. And acquisition of fee title, easements, rights of way, or other interests in land that don't tend to commit the department to other actions. Also maintenance and repair of existing roads. So those at DNRC are categorical exclusions. Looking at FWPs, I've got one that says construction of riparian fence to protect stream banks is a categorical exclusion. Minor improvements in fish habitat by placement of habitat improvement structures is excluded. Let's see here. Rolling back into DEQs, 17.85.112, prior to issuing a loan. So DEQ is also doing some distribution of money, but the department shall review each application to determine if a categorical exclusion applies. And if the loan is for any of these following projects, it is categorically excluded: solar, electricity, photovoltaic projects, an appropriately sized system or unit on an existing rooftop. He gives some other things: a wind turbine, some solar thermal. It does give some sizes, like a wind turbine has to be 20 kilowatts or less. So each agency has gone through this process to save themselves time in the long term by saying, okay, these projects, while they're technically state actions under that really broad definition, we know they're not going to cause any significant impacts. It's not going to be long-term effects. So we can categorically exclude those and move on. Any questions about that before I proceed anywhere else? So Melissa Shar is asking, DNRC does not have an exclusion for water right permitting, but we don't do MEPA. We do EAs. Wondering if there is more explanation. Going back to my original question on how MEPA affects the water right permitting process. So if you're doing EAs, you're doing MEPA. And Melissa, feel free to unmute yourself if you want to give me a little more clarification there.
Yeah, I wasn't aware that the EAs was actually part of the MEPA process.
Yeah. So I mean, that's why doing this training is helpful, is because sometimes you're doing MEPA and you just don't realize it, or you're doing some other similar process and that technically is MEPA and you just don't realize it. And sometimes the agencies don't, when you're new on the job, it's not that they intentionally forget to help you connect all the dots. But there's a lot going on and sometimes things get missed. And, you know, you're just busy. You're doing a lot. You've got a lot of different responsibilities. But an EA is a type of MEPA document. It is the lesser document for projects that don't have significant impacts. The other typical document is an environmental impact statement called an EIS, and those four are typically used for the bigger, more complex projects that do have significant impacts or impacts that can't be mitigated. So thanks for asking that question. All right, so getting back to the presentation here. I have to make sure I'm grabbing the right speaking notes. I piled them around myself, and now I'm not sure which one I'm picking up. Just give me a second. Okay, I think I'm ready to go. Whoops. Stop the screen share. All right, we're back at it. So once you've considered whether your proposed action is exempt from MEPA, and for the sake of continuing the training today, we're going to say our action is not exempt, you then have to ask yourself whether the proposed action would have a significant impact or any impact to the environment. Let's not get to significance yet, but just if it has any impact to the environment. And to determine this, it helps to know what the definition of the human environment is. This is what the state statute says. The human environment is that which could be affected by a state action, including but not limited to the biological, the physical, the social, the economic, cultural, and aesthetic factors that interrelate to form the environment. So it looks something like this. And as I mentioned earlier, the legislature has put some arms around that now so that it's this human environment within Montana. They made that change in 2011 as a direct result of their discussions about climate change and how trying to assess impacts of climate change, say on a coal mining project, could be reasonably analyzed. And so they ended up just exempting those things by saying that you're only looking at the human environment within Montana now. There are some exemptions to that. They did exempt actions for FWP that involve the management of fish and wildlife because they don't stay within the boundaries of Montana. They're constantly running away and leaking out. Or if a look at impacts outside of Montana is required by law, rule, regulation, or a federal agency for the specific project being proposed, then you can look outside of Montana. So if there's going to be any impact, or there might be an impact on the human environment and you're not sure, then if you know there's not, then you don't have to do an environmental review. But if there is, or you're not sure, then some level of environmental review is required. And this is where we start talking about impacts to determine what level of environmental review. Are you doing the EA or a lesser document, or are you going full bore with the EIS? So an impact is any change from the present condition as a result of an agency action. It can be both negative or positive, or one or the other. It doesn't have to just be negative impacts that we're talking about here that could precipitate a MEPA analysis. So, you know, if you think that handing out money for projects really just has beneficial uses, that doesn't mean that you're outside of the bounds of MEPA yet. Sorry, I've got a cough. So there are 4 types of impacts. The first is direct, that takes place at the same time that the action is happening and at the same place. There are secondary, also known as indirect effects. Those are at a different location or a later time. Then you have cumulative impacts, which are collective impacts when you think about your project compiled with any past actions that may still be impacting the area and any known future actions that could be impacting the area that you're working on. And these actions that you're considering with cumulative impacts are not just state actions or anything that involves the state. It can be non-state entities that you have to think about as you're casting your net. And we're going to get to that. That's the last thing we really get into today, later this afternoon, is that cumulative action, the cumulative impact boundaries. How do you draw those? And then the fourth type of an impact is residual, that which is not eliminated by mitigation. So some examples, timber is something that's easy for me to think about because I'm not one of you practitioners. The timber harvest is somehow easiest for my mind to wrap around. So a direct impact in timber harvest is you're cutting trees, those trees are down, or you're thinning and you're changing that immediate environment at that exact time. A secondary impact of that is, okay, the trees are down, they've been thinned, and next spring, this glorious ground cover action is starting to happen. We had some thinning up in the South Hills of Helena, and now we have these really awesome blooms of arrowroot balsam leaf in the spring that I love to go see in late May and early June. And so that's a secondary impact. Cumulative impacts is when you're looking at all of the timber harvests around your area, not just what you've done. A great example is in the Sealy Swan area, where you have the state land and checkerboarded with federal land, checkerboarded with privately held timber lands, say by Weyerhaeuser now, or whomever's buying them out, I can't remember. And so you have to think about, when you're taking your timber harvest, what does the rest of the landscape around you look like in terms of those cumulative impacts of harvest on other lands? Is there going to be collective significant impact when you start looking outside of just your project area? There is an exception that even if you think some level of environmental review is required, if you have an emergency situation, you can go ahead and take that emergency action, and then within 30 days of taking the action, you have to do the documentation of the need for the action, the impact of it. So in an emergency, you can move faster than going through a MEPA review first, but you do have to come back and do your homework after the fact. So if you think about these four types of impacts, then you're thinking about, are any of these impacts significant? If you have any of the four impacts, you do have to do some sort of MEPA analysis. And then you start thinking about if they're significant. If they're significant, you have to go to the EIS. If they're not significant or you don't know, you can do the EA. Maybe if you're unsure whether the impacts are going to be significant, but you're thinking, well, they'll probably be significant, then maybe you just go to the EIS, so you're not doubling up on having to do an EA followed by the EIS. And Craig Campbell, who's the Bozeman unit manager for Bozeman's DNRC, is going to be coming tomorrow and talking with you about scoping and decision notices. And he has a great example of a situation with what started out as a proposed timber harvest and turned into something else, but they thought it was probably going to be controversial. And so they went ahead and did the EIS with the fuller MEPA experience because of the controversy. But when you think about what significance is or isn't, your agency may have its own criteria, because the statute does not lay this out. There is no specific thresholds provided. There are just these guidelines. Think about it on a case-by-case basis. Is your action impact going to be severe? How long is it going to last? Will it be a long time, or is it very short? What's the geographic extent? Is a very large area impacted or just a small area? Even if it's a large area, it may still not be a significant impact. So don't necessarily think that more acres means that there is significance, or fewer acres means there's no significance, because those fewer acres could be in critical habitat, say for the grizzly or the bull trout. And so there could be significance even though it's a small acreage project. Think about the frequency. Is the action going to be recurring? What's the likelihood that the impact is actually going to occur? Is it going to induce or inhibit growth of any kind? What is the quality and quantity of the affected resource? Again, is this critical grizzly bear habitat or bull trout habitat, or is it really just already converted farmland that's been tilled forever and no real new impacts are happening to environmental resources on that acreage? And then you want to think about, are you contributing to cumulative impacts? Maybe your impacts in your area, project area, aren't necessarily significant, but when you add them up with the places around you, they do have a significant cumulative impact. Are you setting any precedents? Are you conflicting any with any local, state, or federal law? So these are some of the things to think about. Now, even though I just told you that Craig Campbell has an example tomorrow of where they decided to go ahead and do an EIS because he thought a project was going to be controversial and they wanted to go ahead and take the extra step and do the EIS. Public controversy is not a significance threshold in MEPA. It is in MEPA, so Julie Flynn, this is something to keep in mind. But for MEPA, public controversy is not a significance threshold. That doesn't mean your decision maker doesn't get to take it into account at the end of the process, but it's not going to drive whether you do an EA or an EIS necessarily, although you can still make the choice to go ahead and do the more complex document and process with the EIS. Any questions about significance before I move on? We're going to do a little significance exercise to help you sort of think about some different scenarios. So Trevor, yeah.
I hope you have a couple questions in the email inbox.
What do we have?
One is stepping back a couple steps here, but what kind of environmental review is necessary to support the rulemaking necessary for the categorical exclusions? That's from Michael Downey.
So Michael, I would say that it depends on the type of project you're doing and this significance list as you think about the types of projects or impacts that would be involved with that category of projects. You really need to run through and think about, okay, are any of the impacts severe? What's the duration? All of these things on the list on the screen. And if you're not sure, then I would say do the EIS potentially. But if you think the impacts aren't going to be significant and you're just going to go through the programmatic steps to be sure of that and be able to establish a categorical exclusion, then you might be able to just do the EA. It's really going to be up to the agency's discretion to decide that, especially with a categorical exclusion, because you are establishing something that won't necessarily be reviewed again unless there are very specific or unique circumstances about a specific project. The agency might say, you know, let's go ahead and just do a more complex process because we want to be sure. And so maybe that means you do the EIS, or maybe it means you do a more complicated EA process or more complex EA process. We'll talk later about how you have discretion in the EA process to take public comment, to do scoping. You don't necessarily have to do that with an EIS, you do. So you might decide, well, we're going to go ahead and do a more comprehensive EA process just because we want to be sure we're covering our bases. And Michael, if that doesn't give you enough to go on, send us another question or unmute yourself or shoot me a chat. What's the other question, Trevor?
It's a threefold question from Ada Montague at DNRC. You might want to have them unmute.
Hey, Ada, go ahead and unmute and let's talk about this. Are you there, Ada? I'm trying to unmute you, but it won't let me.
If not, I can go ahead with the question.
Go ahead.
Is it appropriate to rely on scoping to help determine the EA or EIS process? And if so, what criteria do you use? The second part of the question is, how can we provide assurance that the decision to do an EA or EIS is well-founded?
And here we are right in the thick of your jobs. So let me just write these down so I can remember. So using scoping to determine whether you do an EA versus EIS, am I right on that, Trevor?
Yep.
And how do you ensure that you pick the right thing, essentially?
Right.
So, and Linnea, if you want to chip in, or Sierra, you want to chip in, but this is going to be my initial response on, we're going to get more into scoping as we go on. Typically, yeah, so maybe I'm just going to give a surface response here. Typically, you hold the scoping until you've established what process you're going to use. I think that's often the way agencies work. But I know DNRC, again, Craig Campbell, with the project he's going to talk about tomorrow, they went ahead and did some initial scoping and put out a broad brush. Hey, we're considering doing this timber harvest in this area south of Bozeman. We have identified these sections of land. They didn't know exactly what the timber harvest, how many board feet were going to be logged, what the types of actions that were going to be used to accomplish that. They didn't know how many road miles. They hadn't done any of that yet. They just put out a general scoping notice that said, hey, we're thinking about this in this general area. What's the feedback from the public? And so they did do a broad brush. And I think, and Mark Ferris might know, that they did that before they decided they were going to do an EA or an EIS. Mark, do you know?
I think that's right, Hope. In fact, during that process, I know that the activities, the cutting units and whatnot, were a bit of a moving target, I think, based on the scoping and the comments that were received, because I think it became increasingly clear that there was a significant amount of public interest and controversy.
Yeah. So, thanks, Mark. So I think typically most agencies, or at least at the lower level projects that I think most people on this training are probably working with, I could be entirely wrong about that. I'm not trying to diminish or minimize any of the work you're doing. I don't mean that. But I think most of the people are doing EAs, and I see that, I feel like I can say that because what we see come through our office, we're the official repository for MEPA documents in the state, and most of the documents we see come through our office are EAs. And I think there were 5,000 plus documents in a 5-year period that my boss looked at, and predominantly they were EAs. There were a handful of EISs. So I think in most cases, people aren't scoping before they decide necessarily, or maybe they're doing informal scoping where they're asking around with partner agencies or just within their own office. But maybe we'll get more into that as we get to more of the scoping discussion a little later today and tomorrow. And then how to ensure you've picked the right thing. Gut. You're going to want to talk to people as you start your project, and internally, if you're doing informal scoping, hash it out a little bit. How big, how complex, how controversial might this end up being? Although controversy is not a specific indicator of significance, and whether you have to do an EA or EIS, your decision maker gets to take that into account and can decide we need to do a more full-blown process. I think when you do scoping, if you haven't done it already, and say you've picked an EA and you decided to go ahead and do scoping as part of that EA, even though you're not technically required to, your public comments that come back are going to make it more obvious, oh, we should have done an EIS. And so maybe you can pivot at that point. Linnea, do you have any specific thoughts you want to put in on this? I don't want to get too far into the discussion before we get further into the class, but.
Yeah, I think generally you'll hear from partners and the public that this should be an EIS as you're starting to put the project together. There's the case where people have put out an EA and then the public comments and will come back, this really should have been an EIS, or you might get sued for that very thing. And I personally haven't been involved in a process where it wasn't pretty clear from the get-go one way or the other, based on scoping and working with your partners and working with the public, that you need to go, you need to do the more in-depth EIS or not. That's just been my experience. And you're exactly right. We don't do that many EISs. It's mainly EAs. But for those larger ones, like dealing with bison restoration, or these really large projects that have a lot of public interest, it's pretty clear to us from the get-go which way we need to go.
Yeah. Thanks, Linnea. Well, let's use this significant exercises here. I have another poll we're going to run. It's a series of questions, and that'll help you start thinking about significance. Don't forget, that's really what to focus on as you think about whether you're doing the EA or EIS, is will we have significant impacts? And so, Trevor, go ahead and launch the first significance question, if you would, please. So this is, just a cutesy little example. We'll start out with some cutesy examples till we get to the more serious ones. But a gallon of ice cream is to be consumed in one setting by a mature elephant, a family of 8, a diabetic person. Which of those scenarios would result in a significant impact? There you go. Yeah, if a diabetic person is going to consume a gallon of ice cream, that's probably going to be a problem. Okay, let's go to the next one, Trevor. So the second question is, what's significant? 5 extra minutes in the oven for a fruit cake that is baked for 2 hours at 250, a turkey that's baked for 5 hours at 325, or the rolls baked 10 minutes at 400? Yeah, you got it. It's the rolls. Okay, let's go ahead and move to the third. A person considers changing the formula for a large pot of goulash, a batch of concrete for the family clothesline, or a batch of concrete for the foundation of a large skyscraper. That seems pretty obvious too. Good job. Okay, it's the batch of concrete for the foundation of the large skyscraper. Next one. A pair of pigeons may die, and they are one of a flock of several thousand, or they are the last pair of passenger pigeons, or they're your child's pets. Yeah, I mean, the child's pets, that could be significant. There could be a significant problem there if your kid's pigeons die. But generally, we're thinking it's the last pair of passenger pigeons. Okay, next one. Treatments of noxious weeds may be completed by hand pulling, an untested biological control mechanism, or aerial application of herbicide. We're starting to get into the more serious questions now. Yeah, so, the initial response might be that untested biological control mechanism, but certainly aerial application of herbicides can have significant impacts if you're not, using them appropriately, or flying over a residential area, or, even hand pulling. I am not a weed and a veg expert, a vegetation expert, but there might be instances where that could be significant too. So next question. It's all about the context of your situation. As you think about significance, think about the environment in which your action is going to be occurring, and think about the timelines. So it's all really site specific, and that's why it's so great to get on the ground and look at a project, look at the real what's going on around you, as opposed to just using satellite images. So next question, someone proposes to put a hydroelectric dam on the stream behind your house, the Colorado River, or a pristine salmon producing river and roadless area in Alaska. You guys are going for Alaska so far, but I think you could argue any of these could seem significant, especially if you're, the owner of the house with the stream behind you. That might personally seem significant, but that may be where we draw that good line between public controversy isn't necessarily a threshold of significance if you can show that the environmental impacts are not significant. Okay, next one, Trevor. I think this is the last one. So someone proposes to put a hydroelectric dam, oh, not that one. The effects and analysis on a threatened and endangered species is disputed by an individual with no scientific credentials in the field, one university professor when there is extensive research supporting your analysis, or a university professor and other agency biologists with research supporting the analysis. Okay, nice work. The answer is it depends. Like the most obvious answer does seem to be you have a university professor and other agency biologists with research supporting the analysis. But you could have a university professor who has some sort of brand new research that is contrary and is new information. So never discount that there's just one person speaking against a crowd. Same goes when I say that for the individual with no scientific credentials in the field. That could be someone who is on the ground every day. They maybe trap in that location and run their trap lines daily. And they've seen the conditions on the ground. They've seen every season. They're there way more than you are. And so you don't want to discount those individuals because they may have more eyes and more real world experience with a project location than you do. So their input can be very, very important. All right, thank you very much, Trevor. So we're going to come back into the PowerPoint. Any questions out of that before we move on? Actually, I'm going to hold because I realize we're getting close to 10 o'clock and I've just got a few more slides to run through. And then we'll take questions right before our 10 o'clock break. So will the impact be significant? If you decide it's not, then you can prepare the EA or something else that is a systematic interdisciplinary analysis and not do a more comprehensive analysis. Or if you're not sure, maybe you start by doing the EA to decide, or if you are sure or decide, you know what, we better just go straight to the EIS, then you go to the EIS for the more complex projects with actions that are likely or known to be significant. Now, there is an exception to this. There are statutory requirements for some types of projects, and the gravel pits come immediately to mind. They give you a statutory time frame to issue a gravel permit that does not necessarily allow enough room and time to do a full-blown EIS because of the time requirements for EIS. There's a 60-day public comment, or pardon me, scoping period for an EIS. You have to do a draft document, do a 30-day public comment on that, and then you do the final EIS. So that may draw things out in a time frame that the statute for a specific type of project doesn't allow for. And so in that case, you may do an EA when you're up against the wall in those statutory timelines. So the differences between EAs and EISs, well, they're both fruit. They have similarities in some ways, and they're different in other ways. They both do require an interdisciplinary analysis, and I've used this term a couple of times now, but what it's really doing is incorporating all the perspectives and disciplines from various sciences and environmental design arts. It just makes sure you're looking at the whole kit and caboodle all the way around. You know, if you're doing water rights permits, you're not just looking at water. You should be looking at all sorts of things that might come up related to your action, whether it's, well, I'm going to fail right now to come up with anything, but don't just get so focused on the type of thing that you're primarily looking at. You got to take a look at the whole picture. On the website, we do have these resources posted for you. It gives under Roman numeral 3 handouts, the third bullet. The third black bullet is for EA versus EIS. You have the statute and rule reference, which lays out these next 2 slides showing you which statutes and rules, MEPA model rules, specifically apply to an EA or an EIS. In the back of the handbook, the MEPA handbook, there's a corresponding guideline that shows which MEPA model rule corresponds to which agency specific rule. So you can look at the arms for your own agency in case somehow your agency's rule differs from the MEPA model rules. The other 2 documents that are posted on the webpage, one is a document of substantive differences between EAs and EISs. and procedural differences. Now, under procedural differences, I've already mentioned that with an EIS process, you have to have a 60-day scoping process. With an EA, you have the discretion. You could have a scoping process, but you don't have to. With an EIS, you have to have a draft document and then a final document. And between those two things, a public comment period happens. There is a 30-day public comment period for a draft EIS. With an EA, it's up to the agency's discretion. Now, some agencies do take all the discretion they want. FWP, for instance, is doing a 30-day public comment period on every EA that they issue. And Linnea's shaking her head, so I appreciate that, confirming that I'm right in saying that and nothing has changed. So FWP has just done a standard course of action. We will always do 30 days of public comment, regardless of whether it's an EA or an EIS. They're not necessarily doing a scoping process for each of those EAs, I don't think. Linnea, am I wrong? No. So not necessarily doing a scoping process formally with the public before the draft EA comes out, but definitely doing 30 days of public comment on the EA. So if your agency is doing things like that, you have developed a public expectation about the level of participation they're going to be given with an EA, even though technically in statute and rule it's not required. So if you're going to change those rules on them and do something different, if you're going to change that practice, be sure you tell them early and upfront so that they know it's going to be a different modus operandi this time, that you're doing something different. Now looking at the substantive, boy, that word's tough for me today. Substantive differences with EAs and EISs. There's a pretty detailed breakout in that other handout on the website. I'm not going to run through that right now. You can look at that on your own and take a gander. I do just want to tell you about two other types of reviews. So while we're primarily talking about EAs and EISs, and those are primarily the types of assessments that get done under MEPA, there are other kinds you can do. There's a programmatic environmental review, which we've already touched on a little bit. You might do that if you're determining a categorical exclusion, for instance. Do a programmatic review where you're looking at a series of actions to decide whether lumped together individually or combined, they might have significant impacts on the environment. Another example I've seen with a programmatic review was out of DNRC with the Silly Cliffs timber harvest and a couple of others. I think that was in the Sealy Swan area. I'm blanking at the moment, but they knew they were going to be doing a series of timber harvests in an area. So rather than do them one by one, they just did them as a whole programmatic review so the public could see the whole picture at once. And they, I would assume, also gained some efficiency in running the scoping process and the public comment for everything at once rather than doing them individually. The other type of review I'm just going to mention is a supplemental. This does not happen all the time. It's done for either a draft or a final EIS because there have been some sort of substantial change to the proposed action, or a significant new circumstance has arrived that was not analyzed in the original document, and so you need to go back out and look at that to assess for significant impacts. Or maybe there's some other thing that's happened, a court order, for instance, or a project has been delayed for a while after a draft or final EIS was issued. And you know, sometimes that delay can be years, and now things have really changed, and so they need to issue a supplemental review because they have to go back and look at the existing environment again because so much time has passed. We're not going to talk more about them today, just want you to be aware of their existence. So we're right almost at 10 o'clock. We're about to take a 30-minute break and come back at 10:30. But any questions before we go real quick? Trevor, do we have anything in the email?
Hope you do. You have a question from Kari Nielsen at DNRC. When you are talking cumulative impacts regarding what's also happening in the vicinity, does that only refer to other state action or all the action in the vicinity?
It's all the action in the vicinity. It can be state and non-state action. And we'll talk more about that later this afternoon if you're able to stick around for the cumulative effects piece. It's pretty much the last thing we do today. So anything else? All right. Well, thanks everybody. Appreciate your attention, and go do the things that you need to do, and we'll see you in a half an hour. Feel free to email questions or chat in the meantime. Trevor and I will check back in periodically as we're doing the things that we need to do in this break too. Thanks. Hello, mateys. I have to figure out how to unmute my video. There we go. Hey, Trevor, you know what we didn't do this morning?
What's that?
I don't think we've been recording.
You have been.
Oh, sweet. Okay, it's still going. It's just rolling.
Yep.
I'm glad you're on top of this. Okay. See if I can tell how we're doing here. Can I get a thumbs up to see how many folks are back? I see Wally Jennings. I see the video people. Yeah. See some other fingers. Santa and Denise and Joe, Carol, Josh Gilstrap, Jared Payne. Nice work, everybody. Okay, Terry. Great. Thanks. Fred, Tori. Awesome. Hi, Shane. You have a nice little over-the-shoulder helper there, I see. So we're going to kick off. I understand a couple of people are having problems seeing the polls, which we're not sure exactly what that's related to, probably something related to the video, but we're going to go ahead and use a couple of polls here coming back in to warm the crowd back up. So go ahead and launch. We want to know where you're working from right now. It's coming. Your living room, your home office. I'm sorry, Andrea, I don't have the, or Sierra, I don't have the attic on here. I did not anticipate that one. Regular office, homeschooling, somewhere outdoors. God bless whoever gets to be outdoors. My boss is working from outdoors. He works on his picnic table out back in the backyard. His Wi-Fi is good enough for that. So good for him. Although it's a little snowy here right now. We got hit with a storm the last couple of days. Okay, so the home office wins. Living room, I'm in my living room. And much respect to those people who are homeschooling. That's hard. I'm still fortunate. My daughter, so my parents take care of her during the day anyway, and my husband and I are able to stay home. He's in the basement in his secluded area, and I'm up here, and we're able to still get a lot done. So let's look at the next one, Trevor. This is, I'm curious about the status of your snacks during COVID-19, your whole snack supply. How you guys holding up on the snacks? I started getting nervous yesterday. Hey, look at you guys with your self-control and pacing yourselves. Oh, Linnea's not, she says. Yeah. Well, good on those who are pacing themselves. I'm somewhere between pacing and I've almost eat them. I don't know. There's got to be another level in there. All right, so we are going to get back to it. I'm going to bring the PowerPoint back up, hopefully. We had a couple of public service announcements we wanted to make. Let's see, Trevor, let's see if I get them. So just an FYI, we are heading into the busiest time across the country for Zoom. It's between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. our time, Trevor was told by SITSD this week. And so hopefully things can continue to run smoothly. But if they don't, and somehow you get booted off or whatever happens, you can use the same Zoom link you used this morning to get back in. That'll be open to you all day today and tomorrow, that same link. So you don't have to use any other information. And then the other thing that we want to do is let you guys know, connectivity-wise, if you're having difficulty, you might check what other devices in your home are also using Wi-Fi bandwidth at the time. If you've got a cell phone with apps open and running, if you have another tablet or some other device running in the background, that'll eat up some of your bandwidth. So a way to help yourself is either turn those off or put them on airplane mode if you're able to do that. And then we also wanted, you guys have been doing a really great job not stepping on each other with the microphones. We're going to start getting into a more interactive part of this class. And I think so far you've been doing really well at watching your microphones and making sure you're not leaving them unmuted at inappropriate times. So A, nice work. And then B, when we get to this more interactive portion, please feel free to use your microphone to generate some class discussion. If it starts getting out of hand again, or out of hand, we'll maybe scale that back a little bit, but you are still welcome to use the chat and the email. That's been going well. Trevor's been able to monitor that. But we do want to encourage some exchanging of ideas and chat. This afternoon, again, we're going to use those breakout rooms, but right now we'll just stay the rest of this morning in the big group session. All right, so I am not sharing. I am trying to share. I did something wrong. Am I sharing? Can you guys see the PowerPoint? Trevor,
Get help. It's up.
Okay, great. I'm getting lost and confused. So, all right. So a quick review of this morning. We answered a couple of our first basic questions. When is the MEPA review necessary? It's when there's a state action being taken place, and whether that action will have any impact on the human environment, whether it's negative or positive or both. And then we talked about what form is the MEPA review going to take, and that is decided by something key as you think about the impacts of your action. Somebody want to shout out that's not a MEPA coordinator, what is that key thing we're looking for in the impacts to decide whether you get the EA or the EIS process rolling?
The significance?
You got it. Thank you very much. And so now we started talking about, we're going to start talking about is how is that MEPA document completed? So we're going to get into the mortar of MEPA, which is the analysis. The analysis holds the bricks together and the structure of your house. And when I say mortar, I don't mean Mordor, I mean mortar. But I just, was trying to jazz up the PowerPoint a little bit, and this is one of my favorite movies. So looking at how to complete the MEPA document, we're going to walk through the conceptual components of the document. And these conceptual components will apply to an EA or an EIS, regardless of which one you're doing. They need to include these key things: a proposed action. You need to describe the proposed action and its purpose and need. We'll get more into that here in just a minute. You're talking about in your document, what is the affected environment, and providing context about that environment. Again, is it critical habitat or is it already plowed farmland? You're going to be discussing the reasonable alternatives, and you're going to then evaluate the impacts of each of those alternatives. The proposed action is one alternative. You might offer other alternatives to meet the purpose and need that was originally proposed that might be slightly different. So that's what the alternatives are. You evaluate the impacts of each, and then you include any appropriate mitigation in your document that might have come out as a result of the analysis. So determining the purpose and need, you're really talking about what are the objectives of the project. Maybe with a timber project, you're looking to thin so you can reduce fire hazards, reduce fuels. You're going to be, when you're doing that, describing and comparing the existing condition and the desired condition. And that gap between those two is really what your purpose and need is. So the MEPA model rules require you to think about this purpose and need, and it's so critical because it's really the foundational cornerstone of your environmental analysis. As you lay out this purpose and need, it's going to help you think about the scope of your review, the potential impacts, and when you start to wander in your analysis, and if you start feeling a little lost, am I still on the right path? Am I looking at the right things? Have I gone too far? Have I not gone far enough? Go back to your purpose and need and think about the objective that you're trying to meet. What's the existing condition? What's the desired condition? And is what you're working on in that space between those things? Are you headed in the right direction? You don't want to open up too broadly because that can take you too far out in analysis, and you will spend time and resources looking at things and considering things you don't need to look at. But also, again, you don't want to be too narrow because you might not have considered all of the impacts that are out there. And that will be a hard place to be in when you get to your end of your document and realize you have a significant shortfall in what you've considered. Communication is really important within your agency during this time of developing the environmental analysis, and especially critical at the beginning when you're developing this purpose and need. You want to have everybody on the same page, knowing what the objective is going forward, what is the existing condition, what is the desired condition. Does everybody have the same perspective on this? You don't want different people working on different parts of the analysis with a different worldview on what's happening and what your focus of the document is. And so one of the recommendations we've made is sit down with your interdisciplinary team in the beginning and talk to them. And sometimes, whether you're doing maybe a checklist EA, you're an interdisciplinary team of one, and you are the only person working on the document, but that doesn't mean you're alone in this. You can still bounce ideas off other people in your work group, even with people you meet during this training today. Get connected with them and say, hey, I'm having a hard time thinking this through. We're just encouraging as much communication and brainstorming at this early stage of the project as possible. Get everybody, if you do have a team of more than one, get everybody in the same room together, take some time to go around the room, make sure everybody has the similar perspective on what the objectives are, what the proposed action is. Start thinking together so that people can bring up any differences they have now instead of later. When I first did a NEPA training back in, must have been 2009, I went to one of the Forest Service trainings, and they had us evaluating one of their EIS documents that was darn near going to the printer like in the next week or two. We were really kind of a last stage review on this document, but they hadn't had any other review. And looking at this document in that comprehensive way at that time revealed some discrepancies between the different analysts, and that was a big problem at that point. The wheels had turned so far, it was hard to move them back to get those things lined up and be more cohesive and coordinated. And so it's better to start in the beginning of the process. Once you have that purpose and need fleshed out, the objective, the existing condition, the desired condition, then the next part in the purpose and need is describing the proposed action. I'm sorry, that's not right. Don't think of that as being part of the purpose and need. I'm confusing myself. So the next thing you do after establishing that purpose and need is describing the proposed action. This is the who, the what, the where, the when of what's going to be happening. Who's proposing it? Is it an agency? Is it a private developer? What do they want to do specifically? Where would it be? When would it happen? Oftentimes in documents, these things aren't necessarily together. They're spread out maybe, or sometimes they're just omitted altogether. When is something that often frequently gets left off or is not clear about exactly when the action is going to be taking place. So be sure to write that specifically in. And if you have a document that's any length, more than just a couple of pages, but really any document, get these things together in the front so a reader can go to the beginning of the document or some summary of the document and see these really critical things together in one spot. Oftentimes readers of environmental analyses come in, they don't read the whole document, they kind of swoop into the specific areas of analysis that they're interested in. They might read the executive summary because they're expecting to see a summary there, but the summary doesn't necessarily always include these key ingredients. So be sure to take time somewhere. It doesn't, again, one thing you're trying not to do in your document is just make it long and add tons and tons and tons of pages. So you are trying to write concisely and clearly as you go. And I think that in the spirit of that, sometimes people don't want to reiterate and repeat or feel like they're repeating too much and duplicating and adding pages that way. But never scrimp on getting this who, what, where, when info right at the start so people can find it easily and together instead of having to hunt around for all the pieces. A prime purpose of your environmental analysis is to make it understandable to the public. You know, we have that strong right to participate by the public, the strong right to know that's in the Constitution. And these documents really need to be written for the general public. We often say write them at a 7th grade level. Don't write and use a lot of scientific language, get it down to layman's terms so it can be easily understood. And again, write it in such a way that someone can swoop into a piece of the document and understand the section that they're very interested in without necessarily having to hunt and peck around everywhere else, because that's a good way to make somebody frustrated and potentially irritated and affect their public comment and interest in the process. We're going to take a look at the real world here, as I call it, with the purpose and need. Go out to the website where those the handouts we've been looking at are located. Underneath that, Roman numeral 4, the in-class exercises. We are going to look under the bullets that says purpose and need now. And if you would pull up the DNRC Ames Water Marketing document. Again, that's the Ames Water Marketing document. Sorry, somebody's got a chat here. Okay. There we go. Sorry, I'm trying to get myself back to you guys and out of the PowerPoint. Okay, generally, does everybody have that John Ames Water Marketing document pulled up? Can you give me your thumbs up and I'll see that people are there, or give me a head nod? Great. Okay, so if you look at that on the first page, I'm just going to walk through this with you. We have, and over the course of the day, as we look at these real world examples, I've picked them so that there are a variety of them, so that you can see the way environmental analysis documents can look so varied and different depending on what the function is that the agency is doing, who's writing it, what their format is. There's a lot of variety out there. There is no set format that you have to use. There's no set way you have to do this. And so this variety in documents is partly intended to give you some ideas as you think about what your document could look like in the future. So in this one, on number 1, we have the applicant contact name and address. The applicant is John Ames. Of the who, what, where, when, he's your who. We also have Miles Panasek. The type of action is an application to change a water right. That is the what of the who, what, where, when. We see the water source name, and we have the location affected by the project, the really technical township range and section range info there in Roosevelt County. That's your where. And then you have a little narrative summary of the proposed project, the purpose, the action to be taken, and the benefits. And what we learn in that area is that these two gentlemen have an unperfected provisional permit for water marketing. They have 4.5 CFS up to 1,000 acre feet that can be diverted year round. This application that we're looking at right now requests changing the purpose of 100 of their acre feet so that they can use it for water marketing out of state. The applicant wants to change the following water right to that degree. The period of use and diversion would be January 1 to December 31st, so all year. And then the method of diversion is a pump. They're pumping the water out. The two places used are located approximately 4 miles east of Bainville on Highway 2 and approximately 8 miles southeast of Bainville on Highway 327. No changes physically will be made to the project, and the applicants want it to, so they can permit the water to, transport the water to North Dakota. This is water that's going to be used in the oil fields in North Dakota. So we have the who, what, we have the where, we got the when. Any comments on that? Anybody at this point? Anything missing you feel, or do you feel like this is sufficient to explain to the general public, John Q. public, that this is the who, what, where, when, the purpose and the need, the objectives? Everybody's good? Okay. So next one we're going to click on is the Palisades timber sale. Go back to the web there. It's the second one under purpose and need, DNRC Palisades timber sale. And what I would like you to look at is just pages 1 and 2 after the title page. So take a minute to read, well, take a couple of minutes to read through all of page 1, which says purpose and need for action, chapter 1. And then on page 2, read the first half. Stop when you get to the second heading of relevant agreements, laws, plans, etc. Don't go that far. Just stop after the second half on the second page. Give me a thumbs up when you've been able to read most of that. Okay, so we're looking pretty good here. So I'm looking for a brave soul to answer the question of who is the who in this purpose and need section.
Hope, I'll take a stab at that.
Go for it.
Since this is my agency. I think the who would be, and I can explain why, would be the, and I'm not sure who the trust beneficiary would be in this instance, but I think the who would be the trust beneficiary because the timber sale is designed to generate revenue for a specific, I'm guessing it's the common schools, but revenue is supposed to be generated for that specific trust beneficiary.
Yeah, so I think it's interesting. No one's ever said that. No one's ever thought about that. I think that generally people see it as DNRC being the who, and specifically the Southern Land Office, because they're the ones proposing the action, and they're the ones on the hook. The beneficiary isn't the one that's going to end up out there doing the work and or permitting the work. And so while they're I mean, they're definitely part of the story, but I think I would say DNRC is the who. And then I think the trust info is actually there in the 4th paragraph. The lands involved are held by the state in support of the moral trust. So that'd be the general trust, is that right? And then the Pine Hill School.
There's actually a specific trust for the Morrill Act lands, which were lands created under an 1865 statute. And it's a really wonky kind of carve out for a pretty small acreage subset that has a specific accounting for it. So it's kind of an interesting.
Okay, so that's not part of Common Schools, got it.
No, it's not.
Okay, so what's the what? Give me another volunteer. What is the what of this project? Is that you, Fred?
Hello, Hope. This is Fred Offenkrantz. The what would be harvest activities in the location that's described approximately 7 miles west of Red Lodge, Montana. But the what would be timber harvest activities.
You got it. And specifically looking at approximately 789 acres of timber harvest. Good job. And so where's the where? Give me another brave volunteer.
The area near Red Lodge there.
Yeah, Julie, that's right. The area near Red Lodge, and they give the specific section numbers in paragraph 2. Did anybody look further back and see, also in paragraph 1, they say it's approximately 7 miles west of Red Lodge. I like having that because the section numbers, if you just include those, I don't know where those are off the top of my head. So having that, at least a little bit of information that we're 7 miles west of Red Lodge. And then we also get the reference to figure 1.1, which if you went back to page 4 of the document, provides this really great vicinity map. And they start you off on the bottom right of that map, you've got the whole state, and they put a rectangle around the area of interest. And then they, within that expanded look at the area of interest, they point out and circle the Palisades project area. So you have a really decent sense overall of where this is occurring in the state and can kind of think about what things look like there, even though this isn't a satellite or aerial image and we don't see the topography, we kind of roughly know in our heads what it looks like down there. Although if you look at page 5, there's your topographical map. So you do have that information. They take it in figure 1.2, a little bit further detail. And I always encourage people to use maps when they're doing their documents, especially a vicinity map to start out. So you give people a frame of reference. I'm not from Montana originally. As I said, I'm from Nebraska. And while I've learned a lot about Montana, there are still a lot of places I haven't been and don't know. When I don't know, for years when I first moved here, I thought Billings was eastern Montana. And then I kind of realized, oh wait, no, it's really just central Montana. Holy cow, okay. So I've never been to Miles City. I haven't been to Makoshika. I did get up to Fort Peck a couple of years ago, so that's the furthest northeast I've been, which is pretty far. But there are lots of people, even if they've lived here their whole lives, don't necessarily have that frame of reference. So this is really helpful to include maps like that for the regular person like me. So the last thing we need is the when. Do we see the when anywhere? Is there another brave soul? I couldn't find the when. Did anybody else find a when and I missed it?
No, it's not in the document.
Yeah, thanks, Fred. So poor Wen, he is the brother who most often gets forgotten in statements like this. And I would encourage you to not leave him behind. My Uncle Forrest once got left behind when my Air Force family moved. He was the oldest, there were 11 kids in my dad's family, and they moved a lot because my grandpa was in the Air Force, and there was a group that got left behind. Forrest, the oldest, was holding the baby and a couple other little kids. Somehow they left 3 or 4 little kids behind. Anyway, don't leave your brother Wen behind when you're writing these statements. Be sure to include that. So in terms of objectives and the gap, the existing condition and the desired condition, where do we find that information? Another brave soul out there, please.
So the gap there is talked about when they're talking about how the current transportation system doesn't meet the best management practices.
Yep, Maya, you're absolutely right. There are 2 gaps pointed out. That's one of them. It's on the second page. And then the other gap is right above it, which is talking about needing to manage this forest. Right now we have a forest stand that's heavily dominated by lodgepole pine with little age class diversity. And so the stands are overstocked. The trees are showing signs of low vigor, which is measured by poor leader growth, poor annual leader and diameter growth. And so the gap is listed under the active forest management. It's going to improve the species and age class diversity. It's going to increase the growth and vigor, and then provide a measure of decreased risk against potential loss from either insects, disease, or fire. So that is the 2 gaps pointed out here that they're trying to get to on that second page. So nice work. So the second thing we're going to do now is I am using, this is a faux project I put together for my Carroll MEPA class, and I'm going to use it with you guys too. If you go back to the web page, the third thing under the purpose and needs section there is listed as Helena Project Premise. If you would open that up, and there's background on the first page about the Urban Conservation Treaty for Migratory Birds, the Urban Bird Treaty Program, which helps municipal governments conserve birds and build habitat. And take a few minutes to read through that. On the second page, we start getting some maps of the involved area, but essentially this project is going to be in Helena city limits, specifically on the Bill Roberts Golf Course and at Centennial Park, which are right kind of in the heart of Helena by downtown, for those of you who don't live here. And they're immediately adjacent to Carroll College, if that helps give you a point of reference as well. So take a couple of minutes to read through that project premise, and out of that, think about what your purpose and need statement would be. Who's the who, what's the what, where's the where, when is the when, and think about the difference between the desired condition and the existing condition. What is the gap that we're looking for? So go ahead and do that for a couple of minutes, please. Be prepared to come back and discuss. Okay, I'm hoping everybody's pretty much generally made it through that. So who's the who in this scenario? Give me a brave soul.
Looks like City of Helena.
You got it, Rebecca. And what's the what that they want to do?
Enter into a migratory bird, become a migratory bird treaty city.
Yeah. And where? I've already given that away. Bill Roberts Golf Course and the Centennial Park. Do you see our lonely brother Wen?
No.
No, poor Wen, he got left out again. And so that's not included in the information you got. When I gave this to the students, it was a test for them to see if they would include Wen in their homework, and some of them did and some of them didn't. So it worked out well in that regard anyway. And so what are the objectives? What would you say is the existing condition and the desired condition?
Hope, I got a question for you. When is kind of implied as in the future? Is that just not good enough?
Yeah, I think, Andrea, you're right. When is always implied. And so maybe that's why he gets left behind so often. But really, you want to be specific about when, as much as you can be. Like maybe you say in the next 2 years or the next 5 years. Or you can say, you know, in December of 2020, or this action is going to be conducted specifically between September 15th and October 21st. Give as much information as you can, because you want to notify the public. It helps them understand, if they know when it's occurring, what the impacts might more specifically be, either because of the season or the use of the area, whether there are birds migrating through at that time, or it's the dead of winter and it's a slow season for the birds, for instance. Those kinds of things help tip the public to know what to comment on, because they might have different ideas about what the impacts are if they know when it's this time of year versus that time. So objectives for this and the desired and existing condition.
Well,
Hey, Hope, I have a question. Oh, go ahead, Paul.
Oh, I was just going to say, I mean, the future condition is they want to increase habitat by 50% and reduce hazards by 75%. But it doesn't really say what the current condition is, other than it's somewhat less than the future condition.
Yeah, and this document that I gave you is written in the idea that this is not a purpose and need statement that you would see in an environmental analysis. It was sort of the context to help you guys think about how you would write one. And you make a great point, Paul, is we don't have a specific description in this premise document about what the existing condition is, but you as a practitioner putting together a MEPA analysis could take this information, combine it with those aerial shots of the park and the golf course, and start to describe what the existing condition is. You could go look at the ground site, get on the ground at the park and the golf course and see it for yourself, in addition to the aerial photos. But you've got exactly right, that gap I was looking for to lead you to is the 50% increase in habitat and the 75% reduction in hazards. So those are just some things I was looking to have you pull out.
Well, it seems you'd have to understand what the habitat these particular birds are going to need.
Mm-hmm.
And then compare those Bill Roberts and the park to see if that habitat exists.
You're exactly on the right track. And so as you think about developing your purpose and need for a project, that information, say I as the decision maker have given you, is that we want to look at those 4 species of concern very particularly. So you need to do a little research on, okay, well, what kind of habitat do those birds like? And that's going to shape the proposed action for your project when you put it out to the public for notice.
Well, I think the small dog park would provide a lot of habitat for the golden eagle.
Yes, a feeding frenzy. Melissa, what was your question?
Well, so when we do our EAs or, we're either doing an EA or an EAS, but typically it's an EA for the water rights permitting process or change process. You know, a lot of the times we can't really say the when because it depends on procedural things. Like if that application receives objections, the when could be like 5 years out, or if they don't receive any objections, it could pass immediately after, you know, the public notice period. So if you don't really know when the when could be, do you have a suggestion for how to maybe talk about that?
Yeah, I do actually. That's a nice example to use. So part of, and we haven't gotten to the scoping documents yet, but part of what you're doing in your documents, especially if you're scoping, is you're telling people when you put out the notice for public comment about what the process is. So now I'm just going to get ahead of myself here. When you put out a scoping notice, you say scoping is the first step in an environmental analysis, and it helps identify issues, and you as the public, here's the who, what, where, when of what we're thinking about. Please provide feedback and issues you might identify that we need to look at further that could impact the environment. In your situation, you're not doing scoping, but what you could do in your document that you're putting out is say, okay, because Melissa, you're doing your initial analysis, right? And then you're putting it out to see if there's an objection, and if there's no objection, the permit goes, and if there is an objection, then you're in that delayed process. Am I getting that right?
Yes, yeah, essentially we do the assessment and then it goes eventually out to a public notice if it gets that far.
So what I would do in your public notice, or encourage you as an agency to talk about, and this should be something that, because this isn't a one-off, there are multiple kinds of these actions taking place. This would be a situation where people in the agency would want to talk to each other. Okay, what's our best practice for moving forward and including this information? But I would suggest in the notice that you put out, say, if we receive no objections to this information you're looking at right now, this permit would be issued in roughly this time frame. If we receive objections, then a different process is initiated, and the next step would be, and if there's a timeline for that next step, maybe use that. I don't know that you want to go so far in that explanation to say, overall, this could delay the project for 5 years, but just say, what is that next step time frame? If there is a different course of action that ends up occurring. Does that help?
Yes, that does help. Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, Hope.
Yeah.
So I think what you just suggested is a good idea because it provides a good kind of a rough timeline, and it could overcome an argument that you've been pre-decisional by selecting one of the alternatives prematurely.
Yeah. Well, and with the water rights permits, you are in a tough spot with the analysis, and I want to acknowledge that right now for everybody, is that with the water rights permits, if the applicant meets the criteria of X, X, and X, you have to issue the water right permit. You don't have the discretion to say you can't have it because we think there are too many environmental impacts. But your environmental analysis, while you might think, well, then why the hell am I doing this if that's the case? Your environmental analysis is still important in that situation because you're still disclosing the impacts. It may be that you end up going down the same route every time, but the whole point of the MEPA process is to disclose the impacts. And if you'll remember that mention in the MEPA purpose at the start of this morning was the purpose of MEPA is to point out when there are statutory deficiencies in the process. So this might be a situation where you have a water rights application, the analysis would show significant impacts, but there's nothing you can do about it because they checked all the boxes and qualify, so you have to issue the permit. Anyone who was objecting to that or wanted to object or didn't have any other recourse, one of the things they could do is come back to the legislature and use your analysis as a point of discussion and say, hey, this process isn't sufficient. There were big impacts pointed out here and there was nothing to be done. And so there still is purpose to the environmental analysis and you're still required to do it. So don't scrimp. Other questions? Okay, I'm going to move on from that. Let me get back into the PowerPoint here. Okay. I'm a little behind, apparently. There we are. So our next discussion is the scoping discussion. To start and give us some foundation for this, the definitions are: the scope is the full range of issues that might be affected if the action occurs. So think of that as issues could also be the resources that could be affected if the action occurs. Scoping is the process used to identify all of the issues, and it includes public participation. This is really the first entry into the MEPA process for the public often. And then an issue, again, is a clear statement of a resource that might be adversely affected. It could also be beneficially impacted, but typically you think of it in terms of adverse affect. And public participation, we're going to, even though it might seem obvious, talk a little bit more about this. It's a process in which interested and affected individuals are consulted and included in the decision-making of the agency. It is not just public relations where you're putting out a particular view of what the project is. It's not a popularity vote where you're just saying, yay, no, I don't like this, I don't like it. It's not even public information, because public information sort of indicates it's a one-way street, one-way communication. Public participation is really about a two-way street and having a back and forth where the public can feel they're providing feedback that's being taken into account, you're including them, they're impacting your decision-making process. I want to back up to one more thing here as we look at this terminology on scope and scoping and issues. So keep in mind that those issues that get identified in the scoping process, whether it's formal or informal, those are really what are driving your environmental review. They're going, those issues, to be the framework for the development of your alternatives, the description of the action itself and the affected environment, the impacts on that environment. You need to really pay attention to those issues because they will shape the rest of your document. When you think about conducting scoping, I'm going to back up one more page here. If you take a look at page 45 of the MEPA handbook, it talks about some of the benefits of public participation. And I want to be sure to, again, not give public participation short shrift. That public participation in scoping can really give you early identification of those issues that are driving your analysis. It helps you not get caught off guard toward the end of the process when you're just getting comments on your draft document, which is way down the line. You'd rather get those things early on. You want to gather broad information that you can use to make your decisions, so that scoping process and the public participation should be shaped in such a way that you're throwing your net to catch as many people who are interested as possible. It also could help you clarify the public's concerns and values, and then help give your decision makers more data to make better decisions. It also, and I think you can't understate this, the process of public participation, whatever format you use, really enhances agency credibility. And especially if you're doing it in a way that's not one of these, just public relations or public information, that it is that two-way street where the public feels like they're getting feedback and being heard. Having that back and forth and that relationship building with your stakeholders is critical as you go through this process, because you could get in a point where at the end they may not agree with the decision you made, but they felt like they were really heard and did have effective and adequate participation. And so that, by just having that, could head off problems for you. So they're not swooping in at the end and saying, hey, wait a minute, you didn't give us any opportunities or not enough. Because the nature of each project is so different, the scoping, as I said, there's no specific format. You get to scale this to your project. Again, scoping is required for an EIS, but it's discretionary for an EA. Depending on the complexity of your EA, you're going to want to think about whether you should have a formal scoping process or not. The scoping period in an EIS is 60 days. But whatever you do in that, think about, am I just taking written comments? Do I need to have public meetings? Do I need to have an open house of some kind? Does there need to be a tour of the site location? You can really scale the scoping dependent on the complexity of your project and the area in which it's located. So if you ever have any questions about how far you should go, again, talk to the people in your agency, get their sense of it and how this should be tailored. You might talk to a couple of key stakeholders that you know are going to be interested and say, hey, this is what we're thinking about doing for this scoping process. Does that feel sufficient to you? Do you have any other ideas? I don't know, Linnea, do you ever throw it out to your stakeholders to say, what does this scoping need to look like? Are we headed in the right direction? Oh, you're muted.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, definitely. In cases like this, 2, 3, 4 heads are always better than one, and we always get good feedback and ideas when we ask our partners and stakeholders about it.
Yeah, okay, good. So you've asked for comments and all of a sudden they came back. You got lots of comments. Linnea, what's the most comments you guys have had? Was it like 40,000 or something like that? Am I totally misremembering that related to wolves, or 4,000? I don't know. I have a number up here in my head rolling around.
No, I'm not sure about that. The one that we did, I know for sure we got over 3,000. But I'm sure there's been some with more than that as well, especially if we have a project with with sister state agencies, and then it really starts getting big.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you can put out the net, you can cast your net, you can cast it broadly, which is what you're supposed to do to make sure you're getting all of the input you need and allowing for the public participation. And then all of a sudden you are just bombarded with comments. Okay, now what the heck do I do? Well, what you need to do, and perhaps most importantly, is just respond in some manner, whether even it's just a form response saying your comment was received, it will be incorporated into our process. That will let people know that they didn't just go off into the ether with their email or mail or whatever kind of comment, however they left it. And then, even just a simple thank you for your comment can go a long ways. It's again, that little extra personal touch that can let people know or give them a sense that you're really listening to them and really care about what it is they're providing. And that relationship may prove critical as you get further into the process. Figure out how to keep track of all the comments, whatever works for you to index them or file them, track them. An Excel sheet maybe. You want to kind of maybe keep track of what date the comment was received, who sent it, a summary of the comment, what was the subject category. You need to then evaluate each comment and judge it for whether it has issues that are significant or not significant, or relevant or not relevant. You can often get comments that just are, I don't like the project. And that's not necessarily enough. When you put out your scoping notice, again, going back to the discussion we just had, was when you put out that notice, include enough information so the public knows how you're going to use their comments, how the comments get rolled into the overall process, the stage that the scoping occurs in the MEPA process and how it shapes everything else. You might have some people who've commented before and they know this, but oftentimes you're going to have just regular people who've never been part of this at all, and giving them more information about how their comments are going to be used and incorporated is really important. And then as you're doing that, maybe just explicitly say to them, when you provide comments, please give specifics. Don't just say I do or don't like the project, because that doesn't give me anything to go off of. Give me more specifics, like If it's timber, I think you should cut more over here and avoid the old growth over here, for instance. So encourage them to give you enough information to be helpful to you and your process. Anybody have specific scoping and comment tracking tools that they want to share with the group? Is anybody a scoping guru and a comment tracking guru besides Linnea or Sierra? Sierra, what are you doing to use and track comments?
For kind of smaller projects, the project leader, so usually the forester, kind of keeps track of them. So if it's like 10 or 15, they just use just a folder and keep track of them. But for some of our really big ones, we've used just a spreadsheet and captured them all, and then kind of broke out all the different comment issues and tried to consolidate them. But just, yeah, just a basic spreadsheet seems to work.
What's the hardest part about that with the public comment portion in the scoping process? What do you find the hardest thing to deal with?
I think one of the hardest things is kind of differentiating between comments on what is an actual substantial comment and what is just not in my backyard kind of comments. So I think that seems to be the thing that we struggle with a lot, where we kind of just sit and have to really read the comments and make sure that they're worth analyzing and not just some random article someone read and decided it was bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and do you have a team of people? I suppose it depends on the scope of the project. A team helping you sort through these things, or are typically people left to fend for themselves?
Yeah, the ID team will definitely look at all the comments. A lot of what either the lead forester will do or I'll do is kind of put them in broad categories so that they're a little easier to digest. But the ID team will definitely get either a summary or they'll get just kind of all of them if it's not too many.
When you put them in categories, will you farm out certain categories to certain staff members based on their expertise area, or does everybody review them all?
Yeah, so some of the bigger, like some of the big EISs, will definitely categorize them into like a fisheries specific category or a specific category for the wildlife biologists, and then they'll respond to them and give answers to each general category.
So that's one way of countering that feeling of trying to figure out if something is substantive or not, is if you don't have the expertise, get it in front of somebody who does and get another set or sets of eyes on it. How anybody else out there have comment sorting tips or scoping tips in that regard? Okay. Well, we're going to move into our next exercise, our next real world exercise. So if you'd go back to the website, our favorite friend today, under scoping, the second bullet under Roman numeral 4, pull up the St. Mary's timber sale. Now I set my stack somewhere. Where did I put it? There it is. Okay. So the St. Mary's timber sale is a really simple scoping notice. And again, part of my goal here is to show you a variety of documents to see what they look like as you think about how you might tailor your documents if you're doing scoping. So this one's pretty straightforward. It's just a brief letter on the front side and a map on the back. I've already said how much I like to have maps and vicinity maps. So you get a quick, just looking at this, a very quick understanding of where the project area is. You don't get a lot of detail after that, but it gives you a sense of what you're looking at. Then in the letter itself, we see it's the Department of Natural Resources, the Kalispell unit proposing this timber sale project. So there's the who right up front. The what is in the third sentence. This proposal would harvest approximately 4 million board feet from approximately 557 acres. And what the other thing I like in that first paragraph is they say DNRC is in the initial stages of public involvement and project development for an environmental analysis. Skip to the third paragraph. In that same vein, it says DNRC is interested to know any issues or concerns you may have. A 30-day public comment period provides the opportunity to be involved in this initial stage. Your early involvement can provide information to help identify potential issues and carry out the first stage of the analysis process. And then they tell you how to get involved there in the last paragraph. So that's a really great, pretty simple explanation, doesn't take up a lot of space, but it gives the public a sense of why this is important. In the second paragraph is where we get our where. We're going to be on section 36, township 18 north, range 19 west. And other than that, we don't in this letter really know where the project is happening. So I'm super happy that they included the map on the second page, because otherwise I would be pretty lost. So you might consider putting a little more geographic information in the letter, unless I'm just missing it because I'm blind. You could say, you know, X many miles east of St. Ignatius or something for a quick extra reference. And then our poor brother when is not included. You might think about adding another, you know, we're looking to do timber harvest in the next 2 years or whatever it is. So next one to take a look at would be the Rosebud Coal Mine Area F. That's the second document under your scoping documents on the web page. If you pull that one up, Rosebud Area F. So this one is a lot more complicated, complex. Complicated's the wrong word. It's a more sophisticated, complex scoping notice. The first page really talks about the who, what, where, when of the project, the objectives, how to participate. The second page is a map. Again, I'm a big fan of maps. The third page gives an extra piece of showing you the project timeline, which I really like, and I think is kind of a standard DEQ practice for these more complex projects. This is going to be an EIS because it's coal mine. So they give you that project timeline on the third page, which really helps set the stage for the public in an important way. So we're doing public scoping in the fall of 2012. There's going to be that comment period. Then we'll develop the alternatives using your comments, and over the winter, we're going to come out and release the EIS in the winter and the spring next year. And then that's where your public comment period comes back. So you have it included right there so the public can quickly see where they're going to get their next bite at the apple. And then we have the final decision notice expected in summer of 2013. On the next page, the fourth page, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, page 4. They show you where the open houses are going to be at a quick glance, the times, the date, where, and then it talks about how to provide your scoping comments, who to send them to. And then the last page, because they sent this out in kind of a newsletter format, they included a comment sheet, which is, I don't know if that's organizationally useful. I wonder if there is some organizational use in this. Like if you give someone a comment sheet like this, you clearly show them, include your name, your organization, your address, your email, the date. But I wonder if people think, okay, I'm restricted to using the front and back of this, so that helps manage comment length somehow, if that's the idea, or if this is just you know, an example of what you could send in, and if you need to append pages, you can. I'm not sure about that. But they did do that, and that's one technique you can use in issuing a scoping notice, is to go ahead and provide that form to fill out. Any comments on that? Do you guys like that format more so than the one-page letter from the timber sale we just looked at?
I think this is a lot easier to read than the timber sale letter. It just feels a little bit better organized.
Visually, it's kind of chopped up a little bit. You've got some headings to grab onto. That helps, as opposed to a solid sheet of text. So think about those kinds of design things. Maya's absolutely right. Think about those design things as you format your public notices. Yeah, it's about getting the information out and making sure all the information is included, but then you also need to have that digestion piece. How can we help the regular public come into this document and easily see the different pieces that pertain to them and how they can be involved?
Hope, on page 4 of that, it says to include your name, address, phone number, and everything. If a person were to leave one of those things blank, can you disregard their comment?
I don't know that I would say that. I would say, you know, sometimes people can legitimately just forget, you know, they're nervous or whatever. If you have no identifying information, but still a substantive comment, there can be value in that, except for you don't know how to follow up with that person. And in that case, you might just copy the whole comment and include it in your final document, responding, showing how you responded to comments.
And then it also notes there, it lets people know that their personal information will be made publicly available, which I don't recall I saw that in the previous one.
Yeah, and this is, so with an EIS versus an EA, I'm sure that timber harvest was probably just an EA. With an EIS, you have to respond to comments, and then the agency, I need to look at that substantive comparison again between EAs and EISs. You might go back and look at that, Paul, because I can't remember off the top of my head. But with an EIS, you have to respond to comments and incorporate them into your final document to show how you responded to comments and where that shows up in the analysis. And some agencies, depending on the number of comments they receive, will just whole cloth include the comments at the end of the document in an appendix. So that's why you want to warn the public that that's how it might be used. Other agencies are summarizing comments into lump topics just to save space and time for readership. So it just depends, I think, a lot on your agency's plan and how you guys like to operate. Anybody want to contradict me on that? Have I said anything out of order there?
Hope, can I go back to the St. Mary's timber sale?
Yeah.
For just a second. In that one where in the third paragraph where it says, if we do not receive communications from you during the comment period, your name will be removed from the address list for this project. We don't usually, I would suggest not usually doing that because some people don't comment during the scoping period, but that doesn't mean that they aren't still interested in the project. And lots of people don't comment during the scoping period, but they still comment once the draft EA or EIS comes out. So I just wanted to just comment on that I'm not sure that's the best route to go necessarily.
Yeah, Linnea, I think that's a great point. I absolutely agree with you on that. So again, you know, your agency, your division, your bureau, whatever it is, might have a specific method that it uses. So always talk to your people and make sure, especially when you're new, that you understand what those procedures are and that you're following that standard that they've already established. But if you run into a situation like this, this practitioner, I don't know, you know, that's, I'm guessing, just a routine piece of language that they put in there. If you as a practitioner run into something like that and you want to have a conversation about it, go ahead and take that initiative to talk to your supervisors and bosses about, do we really want to be saying this? And maybe you initiate a conversation in which a practice gets reconsidered. Let's see, Melissa Shar has a question. She's asking, not sure if I missed this, but is the agency required to respond to all comments during the scoping period, or is that just during the draft EIS? I think you have discretion in how you respond. I think it's a good practice to respond and acknowledge that you received the comment, Melissa. And then you need to incorporate into your analysis how you responded to documents. I certainly see environmental analyses where an agency will say, these are the comments we received during the scoping. It led us to develop this alternative over here to mitigate for the issue that was raised over here. Does that answer your question? Okay, yeah, she says yes, great. And yay, I saw that chat comment, good on me. Scoping, let's take another look at one more thing here. I would like you to pull up the Lost River Wildlife Management Area. On your list of scoping items is that listed. It's the fourth one, FWP Fee Title Acquisition, Hill County. Would you open that one, please? So we're back into a more letter format with this one. And take a minute to read through this by yourself. And then take a minute to read through this by yourself and think about, again, have we talked about the purpose and the need? Is that clearly stated in this scoping notice? Think about what's the objective? What's the who, what, where, when? Do we have an existing and a desired condition listed? And just take a couple of minutes to read through that and come back and be prepared to discuss, okay? Okay, so what do you guys see in this document that you like or don't like? What works? Somebody out there we haven't heard from yet.
I like that the link to the application materials is provided so I could go and learn more directly from the application that was made.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Always good to show them how to get more information. Do we have the who, what, where, when?
I think the when is missing again.
Yep. And I wonder in this case, because people are thinking about when they write these documents, oh, it's a 30-day public comment period, that feels like a when of some kinds, but we need to have the larger when of how long it would take. I mean, with fee title acquisition, there's lots of things that can happen and come up and be part of that. You got to get the appraisal, but you might include some sort of process, like we're going to go through the scoping, then the appraisal takes X amount of time. We expect to have it by this date, roughly, you know, and we think we could have this completed within the next 6 months to a year or something like that. How about the purpose and need? Do we have the objective, the existing and the desired condition? Do we know why they want to do this? Yeah, Julie Flynn says the why is missing. I see that in the chat. Good eye, Julie. Yeah, you don't have a sense why are we doing this? We don't know if it's some sort of administrative convenience. There are some acquisitions that FWP is making of DNRC land that lies within wildlife management areas, for instance, to sort of consolidate agency ownership of land within that administrative area to make it easier on all sides. But in this instance, we don't know if that's what is precipitating this, or if the parcel is adjacent. Is there an interested neighbor that is selling their land to somebody else, but they want to carve out this piece to supplement the wildlife management area? We just don't know. And without that critical piece of understanding, it's hard for the public to know what to say about the project. I think you might get very different comments from the public if it's an in-holding situation and you're consolidating agency ownership versus you have a neighbor that's donating land, and you know what issues that could potentially come up based on the specifics of that situation. So just be sure to always hit your who, what, where, when, and then your purpose and need. Talk about your objectives. That's really going to help inform the public. You got to give them enough to know what to comment on so they can give you useful comments back that will help you actually shape your analysis instead of just leave you going, what? That was nothing. I didn't get anything useful. So give them enough information. So quickly going back to my PowerPoint, I want to just make sure I touched on everything I wanted to hit. Yeah, I think so. So one quick thing in the scoping, think about that Helena bird project, the urban migratory bird project. If you were putting together a scoping notice for that, we already talked about the who, what, where, when, what's the purpose and need, what's the existing condition and the desired condition. We want to increase habitat by 50% and reduce hazards to birds by 75%. It's the city, it's in these two locations, Centennial Park and the golf course. We don't know the when. Let's say we do it over the next 3 years. So what kind of scoping would you put together for that? Clearly you're going to take written comments. Would you do a public meeting of any kind? Trevor, you want to hit that poll up there? I didn't give you any heads up. Okay, so we're still split, maybe 70-30. And so what if I told you, I didn't give you any specifics about how we might get to what's the proposed action to close that gap between the existing and desired conditions. So what if I told you that we're going to tear out all the infrastructure that's there. We're going to take out the dog parks, we're going to take out the playground, we're going to take out the volleyball pit, we're going to remove the baseball fields, and we're just going to tear up all the grass that's there and plant native vegetation and just let it grow. We're not going to water it anymore. And so do we need public meetings in that situation? Anybody want to change their mind? I think you'd want to include public meetings. I think that that is a heavily used area for recreation of all sorts of types. And even though public controversy is not part of a significance threshold in MEPA, there are definite impacts to recreation, and recreation is one of the analysis areas that you want to work on. So I think in that case, you would definitely want to have a public meeting or a couple public meetings. Think about where you would have them. Would you have them at the park? Would you have them at maybe a Carroll College meeting room nearby so that you could include a tour of the sites with the public? Or you could look out the windows and see them from the meeting room, that sort of thing. Again, scaling all of this to the complexity of your situation, the significance of the area that's being affected. There was a question I wanted to come back to. Let's see if I can, somebody asked me a scoping question that was related to, public comment. Julie Flynn, I'm just going to bring this up now. So I've been thinking about your question about, you said you're familiar with NEPA, not MEPA so much. So in your situation, because you're granting money, you are granting the money, I presume, to organizations that are to apply for the grant. They're doing the environmental analysis and you're relying on their environmental analysis process, their MEPA process. And so how do they have to include public comment? Is that a good summary or understanding of what you posed earlier at the start today?
Right.
So I'll give you an example of, there's a trailhead in Helena that has been controversial with some of the rehab and improvements the city has been wanting to make. And FWP was, a grant was requested from FWP by the city to help fund those improvements. And the way the FWP manages those grants that come out of the Parks Division in the past, and I don't know if they've changed their practice now, but in the past, the applicant has been responsible for doing a MEPA analysis. And I think FWP provides them, or has in the past provided, a format for them to just fill out. And it's pretty much a checklist EA, as I recall. And I don't remember if on that form they included what information did you seek from the public or anything like that. But it's sort of immaterial, because what it comes down to, we had a member of the public contact us asking whether or not the MEPA was sufficient in that situation. And we went through the documents and I talked to my chief legal counsel, Todd Everts. And I think the conclusion we came to, and we are not binding, this was just a response to a public inquiry about what's required, is that the onus really is on the agency. You might have another entity requesting the money that the money goes to, and you might be having them do the MEPA process. But in the end, if somebody challenges it, you are where the buck stops. And so you want to have some sort of procedures in place that ensure the MEPA analysis is sufficient if it's challenged. And so even if you're asking the private entities to do the public process as part of their doing the MEPA process to get the grant, you want to have some sort of checks and balances to get a sense of how robust that is, was our advice to FWP. And I think we'd give the same advice to you. I tried to call Todd on our break to chat with him real quick and refresh my memory some more, and he wasn't available. So I just want to throw that out there. It might apply to other people's situation as well.
Thanks.
Hope you have a question in the email concerning how you decide whose procedures to follow if there are several agencies involved, including federal agencies.
Mm-hmm. So when a federal agency is involved, you've got a joint MEPA process, and you need to comply with both sets of laws. NEPA has different guidelines on timing and timelines, and so under MEPA, you are allowed to follow the MEPA timelines, which are longer. And so you have that grace. But generally, if you have a document that you're producing for multiple authorities, you need to comply with everybody's standards. And if you're only dealing with state agencies, and you have state agencies that have different protocols, like maybe FWP and DEQ working together, or FWP and DNRC, and FWP has established that they do a 30-day public comment period on every EA, even though it's not technically required, and DNRC doesn't require that. I don't actually know that's the case, but if there's a difference there, I think the two agencies need to talk to each other and work out how they're going to handle that. If DNRC is reluctant to have the 30-day public comment period, but FWP feels like, well, we've really established this practice and our public expects it, you guys need to work that out in a conversation. It depends on the specifics probably of each situation, but communicating with each other is probably the best thing you can do.
Hope, would it default? So it could be multiple agencies involved, but maybe only one agency is actually going to be taking the action.
Paul, that could be the case, or you could have an action that involves permits from multiple agencies. You know, something related to water and a water right, and then also a permit on stormwater discharge, and then they also need a grazing permit of some kind. I'm just making this up now. But you could have agencies, and typically what agencies do is they'll do a MEPA analysis for their individual window of action. And I might argue that if you can be more coordinated about that and work together and develop a whole picture, if you have the space within your permitting process to do that, I would suggest you do that. Oftentimes, little pieces of actions get piecemealed and analyzed in different ways, and the public doesn't necessarily get the whole picture that they might want to have. That's going on right now, as I understand it, up in Great Falls, with the discussion about the big operation on the east side of town. I'm sorry, I'm blanking on who is proposing it, but with the slaughterhouse and the different, can anybody give me the names of these things? I'm sorry, I'm blanking. But they're looking at a slaughterhouse and I think a chicken facility, and some other food related processing out on the east end of town. And the company that's proposing it originally talked about it in being sort of this whole food park processing area, but now is moving forward with just chunks of the project because they don't want it analyzed all at once. They want to take it bite by bite. And I think the idea is that the strategy on that will somehow be beneficial to them in the impact analysis. So you're not looking at this whole picture at once and doing it piece by piece, but it might, I don't know, might not matter either way, because by the time you get to the last piece of the project and you're looking at cumulative impacts of past, present, and future actions, you might already have reached those significant thresholds you might have been trying to avoid by piecemealing something. Now I'm digressing, but that's where my brain went. We've got 1 more minute before the lunch break. Any other questions? Okay. Well, thanks for your time. I do have one homework assignment for you over lunch. Let me share my screen real quick. I wanted you to look at. Oh, well, where'd it go? Pardon me, I've got notes here somewhere that says what I wanted you to do. They're just not in this version of the PowerPoint. It had something to do with the analysis section for later. Let me just look here real quick. Oh, yes. So we are looking at Ramshorn Creek. If you go back to the MEPA training webpage with the list of documents, under the in-class exercises, the 3rd bullet says analysis, and right under that is the FWP Ramshorn Creek link. if you guys would take a look at that and read pages, I wanted you to read the executive summary before we came back this afternoon, which is not terribly long. It's page 10, starting on page 10, there's a map. And then I'd like you to go through page 14, just to give you a head start on this afternoon's exercises. So again, page 10 through page 14 of the Ramshorn Creek document that's linked on the training page. Other than that, if nobody has any comments or questions, I'll see you at 1:30. Anybody who wants to hang out and ask comments or questions here and not interrupt other people's lunchtime, you're certainly welcome to do that. I'll stay on the line here for a little bit. Otherwise, I'll see you about 1:30. And I'll come back early too. I'll come back like 1:15, 1:20 if anybody wants to chat then too. So thanks.
Oh, is there anything specific you want us to focus on in the I mean, I know it's under the analysis for the page 10 to 14.
No, when you're reading that, that's really just going to give you an overview into the project, the who, what, where, when, the objectives, and the proposed actions. So that's just laying the foundation for some further work you're going to do this afternoon.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Did anybody have any really something delicious for lunch that I can be jealous about? Yeah, Laura, what did you have? I see you shaking your head.
Fried eggs and bacon and potatoes and all the things you can't normally have when you're in the office for lunch. It's very good.
Oh, bacon. I am a big fan of bacon. I've taken to baking my bacon. Do you do that?
Oh yeah. Do you put it on like a cookie sheet cooling? What are those? Like a rack too? And then like all the fat drips out of it?
Oh yeah, no, I'm not that sophisticated, but I should do that. I just don't have one. I just put it on tin foil and then take it off. Yeah.
Do you put brown sugar on top of it?
No. That's a good idea.
You should give it a shot. It's really good.
Okay.
I'm really digging these ideas, by the way.
Was that Max?
It was a variety of creatures who live in this house.
I don't know. I mean, Laura's kind of new to DNRC and we're learning all kinds of things about her right now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you've known me for a long time now, so.
This bacon bit though, man, with brown sugar.
It's really good.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, there's not too many things that don't go well with sugar and bacon, that's for sure.
I ate leftovers. I ate what I have dubbed COVID casserole, which is hamburger, vegetable, rice casserole, but it was easy. So, yeah, so we've got another minute here. How's everybody holding up? Any feedback so far on how this is working in terms of, I know we do have a couple of people who've been having some technical problems today, and Trevor has been trying to work through them. I know at least one person who's joining by phone because we couldn't resolve the computer stuff, and I'm sorry about that. But in terms of pacing and everything, is that on point? Is that generally okay? I'm not cutting out. You can hear me well enough, those kinds of things. Okay, thanks for the thumbs. I appreciate that, and the head nods. All righty, give it one more minute. Okay, here we are again. And Trevor, I already pushed record, which maybe you've already noticed, but we are recording. We're trying to get this together so that we can post it for those unable to be with us today. Wanted to follow up on something on the scoping discussion about responding to comments. I had a little legal assist from Ada Montague from DNRC. She's one of their attorneys with the Trust Lands Division, and she gave some background on information and advice they gave to their personnel. They received a ton of comments on a project, and they were researching which comments they had to respond to, and they determined it was only the substantive comments that you have to respond to. And so if anyone is interested in the more specified advice she shared with me, let me know at the MEPA training inbox, mepatraining@mt.gov, and I'll get Ada's permission to pass that along to you. One thing I did add to the website though, in response to that, you can still respond to other non-substantive comments, and it could be advisable to do so and just reiterate why you did not spend more time with those comments or the issues that they pointed out. If you go to our training website under the in-class exercises and the bullet on scoping, there are other scoping documents there that I didn't end up covering during class. I wasn't sure how much time, what the pacing was going to be, so I cushioned there with a couple extra documents. You can look at those other scoping documents as other examples of ways your notices might look, see if there's anything you like about any of those that you might want to include. But the last one that's now there says scoping results sample Troy Mine, and I put the note that it was added. And so I won't go into that now, but if you, or in detail anyway, but if you open that, you get an example of, this was a DEQ document. They got comments back, and they labeled this issues raised during the scoping process. And then they looked at the substantive issues that were raised. They do have a section on issues considered but not recommended for further evaluation. They did give some reasonings on why for a couple of those. So that's another example of how an agency has chosen to handle that if you're looking for something specific to help guide your own work. Again, lots of room to maneuver within how you do this work and tailoring it to your agency, your needs, your process, etc. So let's see, I have a bit of a shadow. That must be the sun passing over. In any case, I am going to get back to sharing the PowerPoint presentation. So we're going to move into looking at how you develop alternatives. So the alternatives development I've already alluded to often comes out of your scoping work. You have people making comments about the different issues that they see, the impacts with this project potentially. And so that can help you develop alternatives. There are lots of different ways to develop alternatives overall. They can walk in from the public. Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself here. See, that's what happened to my lunch break slide. Okay. So backing up to more basis on developing alternatives first before I get into where the ideas come from. The alternatives, think of them as ways to provide different avenues of fulfilling your purpose and need, but addressing unresolved conflicts related to the proposed action. So some sort of issue has been raised. This alternative addresses that issue, but also still gets you to your end goal expressed in your purpose and need. Now, depending on the type of proposal you have, you may not have to do an alternatives analysis, and I'll get more into that in a little bit. That's a change that the 2011 legislature made. But focusing right now, again, on generalities about alternatives, the MEPA model rules require you to look at reasonable alternatives to the proposed action, and that includes the no action alternative. So the no action alternative can be thought about in two different ways. One is what happens if the proposed action just doesn't take place, or you can think about that slightly differently. What if the current management at that site continues the status quo, nothing changes? And so sometimes you just think about impacts from an action happening, but in many cases, I think of DNRC trust lands or Fish and Wildlife Management at FWP, you already have things that are happening at a site. And so if you don't change any of those variables, what's the impact of that management remaining the same? But the no action alternative can be super useful because it provides you a real baseline for your project area, which helps you describe the existing condition and can be a great starting point to compare the impacts from different alternatives. You need to, again, look at adverse and beneficial impacts when you think about the no action alternative of the project not happening. But if done objectively, when you put this all together, this analysis should give you a clear basis by comparing the impacts of each alternative and defining those issues. And again, the no action alternative can be a great baseline for making that comparison. And that comparison can reveal any biases you might have had. It could also reinforce the thoughts you've already had. MEPA, this process is supposed to be objective. You as the practitioner are not supposed to use bias and judgment, except for professional judgment. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. But this comparing of alternatives might be a good check and balance for you. Are you making any pre-assumptions about something or other, or are you being fair and balanced and looking at all of the alternatives? So I already said that you have to look at reasonable alternatives. And reasonable, what we mean by that is they're practical, they're feasible from a technical and economic standpoint. And to go further than that, it means they're achievable under current technology, and they're economically feasible when you think about them and compare them to similar projects having similar conditions and physical location. You do not think about the economic strength of a particular project sponsor. And I think some stakeholders can get confused about that. They can look at a company and see that it has deep pockets and think that, oh, well, then that means we can look at everything under the sun for an alternative. And that's not the case. That reasonable definition is about current technology and what's economically feasible compared to other projects of the same type and physical condition. This standard, this economic and current technology standard, was added by the legislature in 2001, but when I did a review of case law a few years ago, I found it cited first in a 1982 Montana Supreme Court case, and that opinion was leaning on a Ninth Circuit ruling from 1973. So this concept goes back a long ways. And that 1973 ruling said that MEPA should not be employed as a crutch for chronic fault finding. Accordingly, there's no need for an EIS to consider an alternative whose effect cannot be reasonably ascertained and whose implementation is deemed remote and speculative. Rather, the EIS need only set forth those alternatives sufficient to permit a reasoned choice. So that's very good guidance for the agencies. The alternatives need to fulfill the purpose and need of the proposed action, and then they need to address significant and relevant issues. The agency proposing an alternative does have to consult with the project sponsor regarding those proposed alternatives, and you have to give due weight and consideration to the project sponsor's comments regarding what you're proposing as an alternative. So this is another change the 2011 legislature made to MEPA for a non-state sponsored project, something involving a private actor wanting a permit or undertaking a project somehow, that in those cases where it's not the state taking the action, it's a private person, private group, the state agency can recommend an alternative, but the project sponsor does not have to follow it. The project sponsor can volunteer to implement it, but they are not bound to taking that recommended course of action, although they can still, again, agree to do so voluntarily. The 2011 legislature at that time specifically defined alternative analysis such that for those non-state sponsored projects, again, those private actors, the analysis cannot include an alternative facility or an alternative to the project itself. And so that was another of the big changes that happened in 2011. And over time, I'm not sure how all agencies have felt about that, whether that really ties their hands or not. I asked John North at the time. He was the former chief legal counsel at the Department of Environmental Quality. And unfortunately, he passed suddenly 2 years ago, which is a big loss to all of us in the MEPA world, and certainly to his family and friends and agency. But John, when I talked to him about that, he said he didn't think that change was a super big deal for DEQ, and I'm paraphrasing clearly because I'm not sure John ever would have used the phrase super big deal, but anyway, he felt like because MEPA is procedural and the agencies are still relying on their underlying statutes for the authority that they're reviewing permit decisions, that DEQ in any case had enough authority in its Major Facility Siting Act and other permitting statutes that they could still, you might not call them alternatives, but still offer mitigation to proposed action that would effectively be alternatives to work through that and be okay. So this is what I was saying earlier when I was skipping over myself, is that alternatives come from lots of different places. It can be the public during your scoping period. It can just be internal brainstorming with your agency. It can be, oh, these issues were raised, so now we need to do a little amending and tweaking. That's what the scissor and pencil are supposed to indicate there. But one way you can brainstorm alternatives is if you come up with an unresolved issue, write down an alternative for each point of view, and then you can take those and kind of work them around and see, okay, if we tweak this here and we tweak that there, we can come up with a new alternative to resolve those issues. You can do lots of different things, which is just not taking the action altogether. You could minimize it by limiting the action or the time in which it occurs. You could do some rehab after the action is taken so that you're rectifying the impact, or you could maybe reduce the impact through maintenance or even compensate for the impact with replacement. So those are some of the ways you can think about alternatives and mitigating impacts. But when you're thinking about alternatives, think about reasons that they might not be feasible. A, they're just not feasible, or B, they're not legal, they don't meet the purpose and need, they're unreasonable, they're duplicative, they're too remote and speculative. That really falls in line with that Ninth Circuit ruling that I was quoting from the early 1970s. You don't have to be speculative. You need to think about whether the technology is feasible, and again, that economic piece. Is this really economically feasible when you compare to what other facilities of this type and these types of locations are doing? But whatever you do, if you do eliminate an alternative, always thoroughly document why. This will be really important if someone challenges you legally and the sufficiency of your document. They might say, well, you failed to consider that alternative, but in fact you had considered it, you just didn't document it, which leaves you wide open for the legal challenge. And so you need to let people know you've done your due diligence. So show your homework, as I like to say. Again, you want to be clear and concise in your writing, so you're not just writing tomes and tomes of volumes, but you do need to show your homework enough that people have a clear understanding of what you have undertaken. When you describe the alternatives that you settle on, be sure to describe them consistently. Don't show a preference to one over another. Be unbiased. Alternatives, I like to say, are not the time for creative writing. Just be fair. Talk about the conflicts that each alternative addresses and the who, what, where, when, and how of each of those so that the public can fairly compare them. Do not describe any effects of the alternatives at this point in your document. This is really just a place where you're summarizing the alternatives. You can get more into the particulars of the effects as you get farther down in your analysis. So thinking about developing alternatives, we'll look at the age-old question of why did the chicken cross the road? Just a cutesy little example here, but why did he cross the road? Well, his purpose and need was to get to the other side. What was the proposed action? He was going to walk. But instead, he might be able to run, or he could fly, or he could dig a tunnel, or he could just decide to stay over there on the same side of the road, and that is his no action alternative. Like I said, it's cutesy, but you get the idea. So I'd like to ask you to come up with some alternatives for that Helena Urban Migratory Bird Project. So what I've previously told you, I'll just say again, our proposed action is to become an urban migratory bird treaty city, creating bird habitat on Centennial Park and the Bill Roberts Golf Course. And I'm just going to focus in on Centennial Park now. Throw out the golf course, forget I even mentioned it. So at Centennial Park, right now we have ball fields that kids' recreation groups use heavily. People are walking on trails around the perimeter and through the park. There are exercise stations around, those calisthenic stations that people can use as they're walking. There are sand volleyball pits. There's a playground. There's a climbing wall, a few climbing walls. There's a rugged terrain area for bicyclists, like motocross kind of bicycles, to ride around on and do jumps. There are a couple of dog parks, one for small dogs, one for big dogs. There's a veterans memorial there. The proposed action is to dig up the recreational areas. So the ball fields, the volleyball pits, the playground, the dog park, the bike park, the mountain climbing area, and totally tear out all that infrastructure and reseed with native vegetation and let it grow for bird habitat. And so that's the proposed action. Now you've gotten some comments from the recreationists saying, hey, what the heck? You're killing my weekend. This is where I take my dog actually every day, not just my weekend, you're killing my week too. My dog's gonna go crazy. Another comment from those rugged bikers who like to do the jumps, parents saying, look, my kid puts off so much steam over there, please don't get rid of that. I need that. I'm gonna go crazy if my kid can't get out and burn off some steam. And then the ball field folks, Carroll softball is pretty ticked at this point because they won't be able to practice there. And so that's a problem for them. So just for yourself, take a couple of notes and think about, okay, what are alternatives that we might still be able to work on improving bird habitat in this location, because that's the purpose and the need, was increasing bird habitat 50% and reducing hazards by 75%. What are some alternatives to tearing everything out that could still improve the bird habitat? Give just a minute or so to yourself to think that through, and then we'll ask you to turn on microphones if you want to share your ideas. Boy, and I got a message that my internet was unstable. Am I still coming through clearly enough to you guys? Yeah, thanks, Aaron. Appreciate that. Thanks for the thumbs up, guys. Okay, good deal. That's been my biggest concern about all of this, is that my computer's going to crap out in the middle. So what'd you guys come up with for some alternatives?
Maybe the existing recreation areas could be kept, but the vegetation could be changed to the native vegetation.
Yep, that's a possibility.
No action, don't do it.
Sure enough, Melissa, that's right. We've got to look at the no action alternative.
May I make a comment?
Sure, Fred.
Going back to
propose a new site.
Oh, hold on, Melissa. Go ahead, Fred.
Thank you. Going back to what one of the other participants said about taking a look at what attributes would make good habitat for the bird species that we're looking to increase their habitat within the city limits by 50%, I would suggest that they would benefit, those bird species would benefit from riparian areas and possibly a pond or a marsh area. And so my suggestion would be to think about a constructed wetland, or possibly doing something with a straight stretch of 10 Mile Creek like we have out just a little bit west of town, of the downtown area, between Fort Harrison and Helena, and maybe making that more sinuous and adding some constructed wetlands there with some pond type features with cattails and so forth that would certainly benefit blue herons and possibly probably golden eagles, along the lines of what Prickly Pear Land Trust has done on 7 Mile Creek, just north of Fort Harrison.
Yep. No, that's a good point, Fred. And it might be in a situation like this that a public entity like the city could just say, you know what, we realize we should just scrap this and look elsewhere to achieve this goal. And I think in this case, you have more room to pivot in that way because it's not a private entity coming in and asking for a permit from the agency. If it were, then we wouldn't be able to tell them, you got to do an alternative site, alternative facility. So I'm talking apples and oranges here, but Fred makes a good point. You could look in this case, because of who is proposing the project, at another location altogether. Melissa, what were you going to say?
Yeah, I was just going to say basically kind of the same thing, not as eloquent as Fred did, but just maybe there would be another alternative site that was either close to the city or you know, could benefit more, because you just look at areas that may or may not achieve the goal. And because I don't know as much about the topic, I don't know what levels of, you know, adjustments can be made to achieve the same goal and stay with the same site.
Yeah, sure. No, that's a fair comment. Any other ideas for alternatives?
I was gonna say, you could possibly, like, you know, say the dog park is the disruptive part or something like that, but you could look at, you know, kind of studies on when the birds are accessing certain areas and kind of limit maybe dog park use based on that. So, you know, maybe they feed it at dusk or something, and so you close access to the dog park at dusk so you can kind of have your you need it too.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion, Sarah. You could think about the time in which you're operating an action based on the habitat provided. What you're making me think of, Sarah, is the sage grouse conservation program is reviewing. So when projects are proposed in core and general sage grouse habitat, they need to run through a program that's administered through DNRC. And you know, some things they're doing is laying trench for, you know, water lines, pipelines. There are lots of different types, cell phone towers, all sorts of projects that go through that, but sometimes they will, during mating season, during nesting season, put noise restrictions on certain times of the day to help protect the birds and the chicks and things. So that's absolutely something you could think about. Anybody else?
Another option is if that the area that they're looking at changing is an area that's really preferential for the birds, potentially using that area and then creating a dog park or whatever it is somewhere else in Helena.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Maya, that's another alternative. Okay, we're going to tear up the dog park over here, but we're going to reconstruct something over here. And maybe it's nearby even. Maybe it's on an adjacent property. I can't imagine that would end up being the case, but that's absolutely a realistic suggestion. Okay, let's go ahead and move forward here. Go back to my screen sharing. So once you've developed your alternatives, it's time to analyze the impacts. Now, when you're developing alternatives, be sure to work with your team again. Do lots of communication within your agency group, your interdisciplinary team, especially if you're working with multiple agencies, so that you're sure everybody's on the same page. They can help you generate the ideas for the alternatives, or just give you feedback on, yes, I think that's going to work, or, well, we just need to tweak this a little more, or that's really out of bounds. But again, keep that communication up. It's going to be better to solve that early on than later. But once you have those alternatives, it's time to look further into their impacts. And so you want to be thinking about site-specific impacts. Be sure to get on the ground if you can. I know it's hard sometimes. You've got a lot on your plate, or distance or travel budgets, or COVID-19 is preventing you from getting out and looking at field sites right now, probably. Or potentially. And so do the best you can to learn about site-specific details that are going to make that impact analysis even more meaningful. You want to be sure to use meaningful measures of change, things that are relevant to the resources that you're assessing. And then again, you want to show your homework and provide the evidence to support your conclusion on what you found in the analysis. Again, just a reminder, there's 4 types of impacts: the direct, the secondary, cumulative, and residual. And when I talk about impacts, I might use the word effect as well. I use them interchangeably. I mean the same thing. The impact is the effect of an action. So thinking about the impact analysis, about the potential impacts, think about what could be adverse or beneficial, so both positive and negative. Don't forget the positives. Often people tend to think about the negatives. And then, as I already said, be site specific. Think about where that action is going to occur. What is that affected environment? What's the existing state of that affected environment? Is it pristine? Is it well cared for? Is it a mess? what are the species using it potentially that are really important, any threatened and endangered species in there that you really don't want to disturb. It can be helpful to start by thinking about all of the actions that could be in the proposal, and then develop a network for each of those. It's a tip that I got when I went to a Shipley training a few years ago. They used this diagramming technique. So you start with your main action, your dredging and inlet, and then you start thinking about everything that's involved with that. Okay, well, to dredge the inlet, you have to remove bottom materials. And from there, you're disposing of those materials. You change the bottom topography, and then you removed silt and sludge and shellfish bed. And then what are the impacts of each of those things? And so you're building this sort of spider web of impacts. You can just draw this out on a piece of paper. I know someone who likes to do it with Post-it notes so they can move the Post-it notes around, or someone who uses like just a drawing pad that you can stick on the wall. So if we go back to the Helena project example, and we think about the particular impacts of each, let's take the dog park. Yeah, let's take the dog park. So I'm going to pause this and see if I can come back. So I've already said that we're going to improve habitat. We'll consider that's the dredge inlet on that diagram as the kickoff action. We're going to improve habitat, so we're going to, actually, our first action should be, we're going to plant native vegetation site-wide. So that means we have to tear out the ball fields. That's the next impact. If we tear out the ball fields, then Carroll College can't practice. The youth sports teams can't use it on the weekend. That's recreational impact. Let me see if I can think. Part of the planting of the native vegetation is going to be adding ponderosa pine on the north side and Rocky Mountain juniper on the west side. And on the north side, what I haven't told you about Centennial Park, some of you will know this, is that it's an old landfill site. And on the north end, there are 2 feet of clay capping the old land site. And if we plant ponderosa pine there, they can have, say, 6.5 foot depth roots. So we need to add some fill there so that the roots can grow down far enough and not disturb the landfill. So this is sort of the cascading effect is, okay, we want to put in native vegetation. We add the ponderosa pine, but to do that, we have to bring in the extra soil. The extra soil means we have to truck it in. We have to figure out this big amount of soil that needs to come in. The truck is going to add to traffic coming in and out of this busy public area. We have to think about how we're going to protect the pedestrians that are moving around in the area. Does that mean we actually close the park for a time because the trucks are coming in and out with the soil? If we close the park, then what else doesn't happen? Anyway, you can see how that can sort of spider web. Any comments on that? Okay. So once you start looking at making sure you kind of have thought through each of these impacts and what you need to start analyzing, and you start taking them one by one in the analysis, some of the best advice I've heard is be very specific in order to be meaningful, use measurements that provide meaningful data and actually show the real change that is going to be occurring. The appropriate measures of change need to be understandable. The public has to be able to grasp them, or you have to be able to explain them if they're technical. You need to be able to use them to show the quantifiable change that's occurring. They need to be sensitive enough to show that change. And then use clear, concise writing in explaining the data and the analysis so that, again, regular John Q. public or Susie Q. public can understand it. And then again, rely on your professional judgment. I alluded to this earlier, but professional judgment, just to spend a little bit of time on this, you guys use professional judgment every day, I'm sure. But it's when scientific training and your experience qualify you to be able to predict with some degree of certainty the results of a proposed action or to reach a conclusion based on an interpretation of facts. You don't necessarily have an exact answer in front of you, but you can make a very educated guess based on your training and your experience. And the idea is that if you do it this way, using professional judgment, another expert in the field can be expected to come to the same prediction or reach the same conclusion. Now, there are times when people disagree, and competent professionals legitimately, and so you have to work through those things. But typically, the idea of a professional judgment is that it substitutes for a fact that's just not available, and others can understand how you reach that conclusion. You want to avoid using personal judgments about the value of something relative to something else. That's where you can really get into trouble if you're not backing yourself up with data. Even if you don't have the specific data, but making an educated guess based on the information you have at hand. If you have personal judgments about things, be careful not to let them leak into your work papers. What the record is that you're creating is an official record. Again, the public has the right to know and participate. And so at any time they can come in and ask for your documents, and you don't want to have unfortunate notes or emails with any snide comments or inappropriate things said that might be found by someone. So just a note of that. That's just good business practice in general, but worth just mentioning. There is, if you're interested in looking more about this discussion of professional judgment at a more philosophical point of view, there's a link on our training page, a document written by a man named Douglas Larson. He was worked for the Medicine Bow National Forest in Wyoming, and he put together something on professional judgment from his experience as a planning staff officer. When you think about measuring change in your analysis, keep these things in mind: the magnitude of the change, the degree of it, what's the geographic area that it's happening in, that extent of change. How quickly is the change going to occur? How long will it last? Is it probable? Is it definitely happening? Or is it just a remote chance that that piece is going to happen? Those are things that are all going to help you write your analysis and decide whether these impacts are significant impacts. Do they commit an irretrievable, are they an what's the word I'm looking for? Not irretrievable. Maybe it is irretrievable. Commitment of resources, that's the phrase you see in litigation. So just these are other things that you can keep in mind as you think about significance. Since there's no clear significance threshold necessarily, although your agency may have rules specifically defining some significant thresholds for certain types of projects, these are kind of the philosophical waypoints you can use to keep yourself on track. When you write that analysis, provide the context around it. Again, talk about the affected environment. Is it pristine? Is it critical habitat for something or other? Is it already turned over farmland? Are you in a piece of property where there's already a huge knapweed infestation, and so it doesn't matter if you're digging line and causing a break in the land where weeds could take place because they're just surrounded by weeds? Or is this pristine country that if you dig line, you're really opening it up to a new infestation of cheatgrass or whatever it is? Describe the change that you predict will occur relative to the context. That's going to be where you say, okay, this change is minimal considering the context, or this change is significant considering the context, or this change can be mitigated considering these factors. Draw your conclusions and use your, show your evidence in those conclusions, show your line of thinking, explain your reasoning, tie it back to your purpose and need, your cause-effect statement if that helps you. Be clear, be specific how you made your determination, and that's only going to improve your legal defensibility if somebody questions you later. What I found in the court documents that I reviewed was that courts have held that general statements about possible effects and the existence of some risk do not constitute the hard look that MEPA requires, absent a justification regarding why more definitive information could not be provided. So you do have an out there. This is a ruling from 2012. It was the Montana Wildlife Federation versus the Board of Oil and Gas. And they did say if you can explicitly justify and define why you didn't have more definitive information and you could not provide it, okay. But general statements about possible effects don't count. They are not a hard look. You need to see your homework. And this is really what I see so often, especially in short EAs, checklist EAs, just a general statement, no impact expected, minimal impact expected, minor impacts expected, with no data included to back that up. And so I'm left with nothing as a member of the public, just looking at that document, left with nothing to know how you reach that conclusion. And that's really where you can get yourself in trouble. So try your best not to make those generic statements and to give at least some data, some kernel inkling of how you came to that. Any questions before we go into our real world analysis again?
Hope you have a question in the email regarding alternatives.
Mm-hmm.
Do alternatives only need to be considered for EAs and EISs? If a project is Cat X, do you need to consider alternatives?
I think my answer would be no. If it's categorically excluded, it's the type of project that you have looked at. It's within those bounds. And so if you considered an alternative, I think it could put you outside of those bounds that you know are categorically excluded and could pitch you into something that does require an EA or an EIS. And so I would say no. Does anyone think that I'm wrong on that? Anybody have thoughts on that to add?
I agree, Hope. I think that's correct.
Okay, thanks, Mark. And Mark's an attorney, by God, so we can believe him.
Well, I'm not sure about that, but I am.
I believe you. Thanks. Okay, so what we're going to do here is this morning we looked, the first purpose and need action we did was for the John Ames water marketing. If you would pull that one back up off the website, it is under Roman numeral 4, purpose and need, the first one there, DNRC Ames water marketing. I have to find my copy real quick. When I bend over, can you guys see my cat? Oh, no, here, I'll adjust. There he is. My 17-year-old kitty. All right. So what I would like to do is go into our first breakout session. Let's see if we can not break the internet, hopefully, knock on wood. I don't want to tempt fate because this has been working pretty smoothly today for the most part. What I'm going to have you do, take that John Ames, and I would like, you're going to automatically get sorted into breakout rooms. I can't tell you in advance which one you're going to end up in, but you're going to end up in breakout room 1 through, let's see, I want to make. I'll make 10 breakout rooms. And that should put you somewhere between 6 and 7 people in a breakout room. So again, I can't tell you which breakout room you're going to end up in. So note now, if you're in breakout room 1 through 5, would you please look at the first half of the John Ames analysis that focuses on, it's labeled physical environment. It's pages 2 through 4. And then breakout groups 6 through 10 focus on the human environment piece, and that's pages 5 through 7. And so again, breakout groups 1 through 5 focus on the physical environment, listed pages 2 through 4. And breakout groups 6 through 10 focus on pages 5 through 7. Okay, so here I go to make the breakout rooms.
What are we doing?
So, oh, great question. So what are you doing? Haha. We are going to, I would like you to review those bits of analysis that you get assigned based on your breakout room. And then I want you to look for, do you think the analysis is sufficient? What do you notice about it? What do you like? What do you think needs improved? And bring this back for discuss amongst yourselves in your small group. And what we're going to do in the small group, I'd like you guys to kind of discuss amongst yourselves, pick someone to report back out when we get back to the main room. I will end the breakouts, and you can either come back to the main room on your own when you're done, if you feel like you've covered it and I'm still haven't showed up or ended the breakouts. Otherwise, if you're still talking, I will end the breakouts. You'll all be stuffed back into the main room, and then I'll pick somebody from some different groups to report out on what the thoughts of your breakout groups were. But really what you're doing is you're doing some picking apart of analysis. Be a member of the general public coming in and saying, can I understand this? Do I understand their conclusions and how they reached those conclusions? Is there more information needed? That sort of thing. Okay, I'm going to pause the recording. Yes. So coming back together here, we're going to move on to the cumulative effects discussion, cumulative impacts. So cumulative impacts, I think, are some of the hardest things for people to get their minds around as MEPA practitioners in terms of how far do I put the boundaries around my project, and how far does my analysis go? And hopefully you'll feel like you have a little more to go on by the time we're done here. Although I will acknowledge that I feel cumulative impacts is my weakest point, not having been a MEPA practitioner. I'm still speaking academically here. And in fact, if someone is interested, I am attending virtually an upcoming Shipley training in a couple of weeks that will be online. We're going to have a discount for multiple attendees from the state of Montana. And if you're interested, just shoot an email and I can give you the details about that. It's kind of slipped off my radar with everything else going on, so I just can't remember it off the top of my head. But if you're potentially interested, send me an email, send it to the MEPA inbox, and I'll get the data, the info back to you. So the overview here, whoops. So the definition of cumulative impacts are the collective impacts of the proposed action when you think about them in conjunction with past actions, other actions that are happening concurrently with yours, and then future actions that are related to the type of action you're doing by location or type. And so again, timber harvest is a great example of this. You could be proposing a timber project in the Sealy Swan on state land. And if you are just looking at the impacts in your area, maybe it doesn't look significant. But once you start looking around you, has the forest, the national forest, been harvesting immediately adjacent to you or within a pertinent geographic area? Has the private ownership, Weyerhaeuser, been doing any harvest right in that area? And when you start to look at the things that they have done or are currently doing, when you add those onto yours, do you start to see some significance in the area to maybe cover for wildlife habitat or impacts to old growth trees in the area? And so these actions, as was asked earlier, I'll just reiterate, when you're thinking about cumulative impacts, are actions taken by state and non-state entities. So you do have to look more broadly. Now you're still limited to looking in Montana only, except for the exceptions for fish, wildlife, and parks related to fish and wildlife management. And then when another law, federal rule, regulation, what have you, requires you to look outside of Montana. Now, because that can feel pretty big, there is a second statute. This is the first statute, broad definition. There's a second follow-up statute that gives you some more directive. You only have to consider future actions if they're under concurrent consideration by an agency through a pre-impact statement study, a separate impact statement evaluation, a permitting process of some kind. So you don't have to speculate into things you don't know about, but you have to look at the future actions that are in one of these statuses, having some sort of look at themselves. So that helps you get a better sense of the scope of things you have to look at. While there are two statutes and they might seem to be a little contradictory, when you have a more narrow statute, it trumps the broader statute. So just keep that in mind. Still, even with this narrowing, thinking about cumulative impacts can seem really expansive. And so taken literally, it's an analysis without an ending point. You could just keep going and going as you think about future actions. So you have to create rational boundaries. That's the key. Limit your review to looking at a meaningful and realistic evaluation of your proposal in relation to other things that are similar to you in time and space. So when you think about spatial boundaries, think about the affected environment. In what geographical space are those direct and indirect effects of past, present, and future actions occurring? Is it a specific watershed? Is it a bear management unit, a hydrologic unit? And so on. You can start to think geographically, okay, what are the bounds around the geographical area that I have to consider past, present, and future actions? You can use scoping to help you figure that out. The public will let you know. You can give some information in the scoping notice is we're looking within this area, and they'll let you know maybe if you need to go further or if it's too far. Think about the site characteristics to help you think about the geographic area. Don't get caught on administrative and ownership boundaries. I already gave that harvest example. Even if you're on state land, you need to be looking at the private land around you. You need to be looking at federal land around you and activities going on there. And in fact, knowing that ownership may be of use to you because based on the ownership, you may know what kinds of activities they're typically doing. So that's going to give you some clues as to what you need to be looking for based on what you already know about them and what their usual activities are. So after you're thinking about the spatial boundaries, think about the temporal boundaries. How long are the direct and indirect impacts of past, present, and future actions going to last? So again, looking at ownership boundaries can help, knowing what kinds of activities they usually do. You can take a look at how long you think those activities might last and the impacts. You can think about how far back you have to look and maybe contact them about things they already have planned for the future. But when you wrap these two things together, the activities in time and space, this is where you get that cumulative impact overlap. And as you do this, you want to summarize the trend of that cumulative effect on the resource you're looking at. How does your project contribute to that trend? Does it defy the trend? Is it adding on to it? This is sort of a visual of what this could look like. I'm thinking of this as the significance iceberg. So you have past projects that laid some foundation of impacts, present added on to that. Your proposal really adds some more impacts, but you're still below that threshold line, which is the dotted line. But when you start to look at reasonably foreseeable project effects, oh, now we're tipping into the significance area. The great thing is that it's first in time, first in right on projects, much like water rights in Montana. Is the general guidance is that if your project is going to be completed, your project does not push things over significance, you are not necessarily mitigating for the impacts of your project because technically you're not pushing to a level of significance. But the next guy coming in, when they get pushed over that line, they're the ones who are really going to have to worry about mitigating for that significance. So keep in mind, again, temporal and spatial boundaries are going to vary by resource. Again, think viewshed, watershed, hydrologic unit, whatever it is. You want to be careful not to go too far in your boundaries. You're going to end up devoting energy and resources to analysis you don't have to do. But if you go too narrowly, you can get challenged for not having done enough and not adequately considering the impacts. So to find the outer reaches of your analysis, Continue the tip that we got when we started this 10 years ago from Emily Corsi, who used to be at DEQ, and Sonia Gurman, who used to be the MEPA coordinator at DNRC. She was the Sierra farmer of the time, and now she's the state forester. But they gave the advice is that you expand your boundaries in time and space until you see a trend showing stable or decreasing influence from your action. So where the impacts are starting to diminish to low levels. And then you know you've gone far enough. Looking back at this chart, where you start to see the action is approaching or exceeding the threshold there at mark 6. And then once you get out to past 6, it starts to drop. And so that might be a reasonable boundary at which, okay, I can start backing off my analysis at that point in time. But this bounding is professional judgment, which we already talked a little bit about today. So make the assumptions you need to make based on your expertise and experience and provide a best estimate. Do your best, document your rationale. Documentation, again, is going to be so important in this so people know how you came to this conclusion. And then if your analysis indicates there's no cumulative impact, the document, say that in the documentation. If there is some sort of significant cumulative impact, then you need to go from there and look at whether you need to do mitigation or change something in the alternatives to address that, etc. Any questions before I leave that point and move on to sort of bringing your whole document together as a whole? Okay, then I'm going to move on. So when you're putting your whole document together and you're writing everything up, just a couple extra tips. Don't use vague modifiers. We've already talked about this a little bit, looking at some other analysis. Cumulative impacts to surface water from mine waste disposal would be minimal. That's just not sufficient. You need to come up with some details to go with that. So a better way to do this would be to quantify and explicitly explain the degree of the impact. For instance, nitrogen concentration in surface water would increase 0.01 over ambient concentration as a result of that mine wastewater, and this degree of change would cause minimal cumulative impact to the surface water quality. So that's much more specific. And, you know, it doesn't take a ton more words, honestly, but it leaves you in a much more defensible position where someone feels like they understand how you came to that conclusion. So hone your analysis. Again, focus on the issues. Once you've identified the impacts, the direct, indirect, cumulative, all of them, focus on the issues and the resources for which the action has impacts. They're going to drive the bulk of your analysis. Don't waste a lot of time talking about things that don't really have an impact. Spend more time where there are the impacts. Describe the impacts in terms of context, how they fit into the affected environment, their intensity. Think about those significance guidelines. There's no specific threshold necessarily, but how severe is the impact going to be? What's the duration? What's the geographic extent? The likelihood it's going to occur? The frequency? Does it set a precedent? That full list. It's in the MEPA model rule in your handbook. Determine significance based on that, and then again, provide the evidence to back up your determination. Laying out the evidence. I can't say that enough about how important that is. And the lawyers can correct me if I'm wrong, but the way it's been explained to me is when a case goes into court, the judge looks at the record in front of them. They don't necessarily get to go into all your old file cabinets. They're looking at the documents that are presented to the public. And so if you don't have the evidence and the explanation in those documents, if it's filed in your head or on a note somewhere, it's not going to count as the judge determines whether or not you were arbitrary and capricious in making your determination. So to talk a little bit more about relevant case law, I want to make sure I know where I am. Okay, there we go. I want to talk a little bit more about relevant case law before we move on, give a couple of things. I like to look at the court's language. I think it has more impact than my own in terms of being a warning for you about how to do or not do things. So there's a 1995 case, it's Ravalli County Fish and Game versus the Department of State Lands, which is what DNRC used to be. The Montana Supreme Court summed it up by saying, implicit in the requirement that an agency take a hard look at the environmental consequences of its actions is the obligation to make an adequate compilation of relevant information, to analyze it reasonably, and perhaps most importantly, not to ignore pertinent data. So adequately compile your relevant information. Also in that case, the court referenced a US Supreme Court ruling on an agency's failure to create an adequate record that said if the record before the agency does not support the agency action, if the agency has not considered all relevant factors, or if the reviewing court simply cannot evaluate the challenged agency action on the basis of the record before it, the proper course is to remand to the agency for additional investigation or explanation. There's a MEPA case involving the US Department of Interior. It was the 10th Circuit, and the 10th Circuit said that without an administrative record, courts are left to rationalize the agency's decision, a form of review which abandons standards in favor of predilections. And many state and federal courts have said that kind of speculation is exactly what MEPA and NEPA were intended to prevent. So another note on documentation, this goes to the tiering that I mentioned based on Barbara's question. When you're tiering to another environmental document, be sure, the Montana Supreme Court said in 2012 that if you're doing so, that you make specific reference to what you're tiering to so that members of the public are aware of the information you used. And in that same case, the Montana Supreme Court said that environmental documents should contain sufficient explanation to provide the public and a reviewing court with a clear statement of reasons to explain why a project's impacts are not significant. So there you have it. Those are the people that, if you are challenged, could end up being the final arbiters, and they've told you, be clear, be concise, show your homework. So going back to the PowerPoint, if the issues in your analysis are significant, again, that EIS is required. Focus the analysis on fairly and thoroughly discussing the impacts. Discuss each, again, in proportion to significance. I live near the hospital, so here comes the ambulance. Hold on a second. They've got their masks on. Every time they go by, I pray for their safety, honestly. So anyway, give the most attention to the most significant impacts in your analysis, and then be sure to analyze any cumulative impacts and provide your evidence for those to back up your conclusions. Again, so anybody can see how you got there. Show them the breadcrumbs, show them the math. Get in the habit of writing your conclusions in a way that they tie back to the purpose and need statement. That will help you think about the evidence and making sure you're writing in a way that shows clearly how things are connected. And it'll help you defend the decisions if they ever get challenged. So we're going to round out the MEPA flow chart here. So we left it, will the impacts be significant? No, we go to the EA, maybe we prepare an EA to find out, or yes, we just do the draft EIS because they will be significant and an EIS is required. So once you go through those processes, you weren't sure, so you did the EA. Are the impacts significant? Yeah, so now you got to do the EIS. Or they aren't significant and you can just get on down to the decision. So that rounds out the MEPA flow chart there, which lands us on the roof of MEPA decision making. So this is answering our fourth and final question today, is how are decisions made with MEPA? This is our little decision bubble here. This is the bubble in which you have, let's see, sorry, reminding myself what's in this bubble. So this bubble is a little bigger than the human environment that you got to look in. You were really focused on doing an objective analysis, and when you get to the decision bubble, the decision maker gets to bring in a couple of new things. They get to bring in bias and judgment. And so you start to see politics is on this chart. Legal constraints is something you've already been dealing with, but agency resources, that's something the decision maker gets to focus in on more clearly. And so they get to bring in some new things as they weigh your analysis, but your analysis definitely needs to give them enough information to make a clear comparison between the alternatives so they can decide, using their bias and judgment as well, what is the best course of action. Now, neither MEPA nor the model rules specifically tell agencies how to use the product of the environmental review in planning and decision making, but again, the whole idea is to foster better, more informed and wise decisions, to think before you act. And so be objective in your side of things to help them when they get to bring in the other considerations. And here's another chart of what this can look like. You've got no judgment, no bias on your side in the analysis. They've got the judgment. And while they can have bias, it still does need to be rational bias on their side of the equation. But you need to be having a constant communication with them. If you end up in a position, for instance, if you can't determine whether something is significant, or you don't know how far to take your scoping process, or you're stuck on whether, do I go that far with the cumulative impacts analysis boundaries? Always keep in touch with your decision maker. They're going to help. Let them be the ones to make the tough choices and give you guidance, because ultimately it rests on them. But if you're out of tune with them and they don't know these hard decisions you've been making on your own, they could be in a tough position when it comes around to them. So be sure to keep in contact with them and let them know about any pinch points and difficulties that you're having, and let them help guide you. The decision maker does ideally need to be someone different than someone preparing the MEPA analysis, especially when you're on the complex projects. I know with checklist EAs, often the person writing the checklist analysis is the person who signs the affidavit at the bottom saying no significant impacts, this can move on, and EIS is not required. But ideally, you have a different decision maker than the person who wrote the actual document. Backing up one more step, the MEPA model rules don't say exactly what your final document needs to look like. For an EIS, you have to issue what's called a record of decision, also known as a ROD. For an EA, you have a lot more discretion. At the federal level, it's called a FONSI, which is the finding of no significant impact. That's what the acronym says. And the EAs have a lot more fluidity in what those final notices to the public on a decision can look like. And we're going to get into that into a lot more detail tomorrow, so I will save it at that point. You guys have been a great audience today, and I want to leave room for any niggling questions you have right now. And then if we still have time, I'm going to go back to the other analysis I wanted us to do as a group. But I wanted to be sure we got through all this without fail. So any niggling questions at this point? All right. So then I'm going to take you back to Ramshorn Creek, which was your homework over lunch. And I gotta pull up my version here. Where is it? Sorry, I'm toggling between so many screens. I got a little lost. There it is. Okay. So you guys read pages 10 to 14 over the lunch hour. So now I'd like to ask you to go to, that is the wrong one. I would like to ask you to go to page 15, no, page 16, where the water analysis begins. And take a quick gander at that. It's 16, 17, 18, 19. It's 3.5 pages long. I'm going to boot you into your breakout groups one more time, or maybe Trevor's going to have to do it. But take a look at those 3.5 pages starting on page 16 at the analysis for water in the Ramshorn Creek. And again, looking at it with a critical eye, what works, what more information do you think you need? Feel free to look at the larger document. If you need to jump around to get some context for something, you're welcome to do that. But generally, I'm looking for some feedback on, does this work? What do you like? What do you wish there was more of, if anything? And we will come back together in about 12 minutes or so. So let's see if I can do this. I am opening the rooms. Please join them when you are prompted. And I think you're going to go back to the rooms you came out of before. So see you soon. Those of you who are left in the main meeting room, you would be welcome to discuss with each other here if you want to, if you're having trouble getting into a breakout room.
Hope, do you see the option to reassign folks?
I did, and I did reassign one person who I knew which room they came from the first time. But I didn't want to force anybody. Let's see. Laura, do you remember what room you were in?
She made it.
She just jumped. Okay. Rob, if you're there, do you remember what room you were in?
I was in room 6.
Do you want me to push you there?
Please.
Okay, here we go. How about you, Joanna?
I believe it was 4.
Okay, here you go. Here's your port.
Thank you.
And then Wally, are you there? Wally, I'm going to try and push you to breakout room 10, okay? I'm not sure if you're muted because you're on the phone. Okay, here you go to 10. And then I don't know who is on this phone number, 594-2800.
Some of these are the same folks who didn't go last time.
Mimi, do you need pushed somewhere? It's weird because she's not showing up on what needs assigned.
Oh, I need to join. I just need to press join. I'm reading the document instead.
Way to be studious. That's good.
Okay, I'll go now.
Okay, see ya. Well, that's probably close enough. Okay.
Cool.
See you around 45.
Cool. I'll be here.
All right, me too.
I will wait for folks. Hold down the fort.
Thanks. Okay, Trevor, go ahead and pull them in.
You're gonna have to do that. Hope you're the
Oh,
host.
yes. I have the power. Andrea, were you guys generally able to get through your discussion?
I think so. About half of us had comments to make.
Okay, hold on just a second. I'm gonna let everybody get pulled back in here. We're short some still. Here we go. All right. We are back. Great. So I'm going to ask a brave soul that we have not heard from today at all to say a few words about what your group's thoughts were on that water analysis. Was there anything, what did you like? Was there anything you thought was missing? What was the group's thoughts? And again, I'm looking for a brave soul who hasn't said anything today. Nice cat, Paul.
Hey, Hope, I can go.
All right, go.
Joe Carroll here. My group really liked that there was a lot more narrative in this section and that there were citations available so that you could figure out what they were talking about. One concern that Josh raised is that for item J, there are several boxes ticked off. Impact unknown, no impact, I guess, minor impact, and we were trying to figure out, it says C2J, we were trying to figure out what was the basis for having so many things checked off. Thanks.
Okay, so you still had some questions. Another brave soul who hasn't spoken today.
Hope, this is Jarrett Payne.
Yeah.
I actually worked on this project. I'm based in the Dillon Fisheries office. So yeah, I think one of the things, just kind of into that last comment that Joe brought up, I think partly is, and I really haven't asked Matt specifically, but I think what Matt was trying to get at is that that's something that if you mark impacts unknown, that could be someone who could, raise a red flag. And I think kind of what Matt was trying to illuminate a little bit there is that if there is any impact, it's likely to be very little, but it could also have no impacts as well. So those were kind of more as qualifiers in my view as to why there were 3 checked there. Just more or less to, again, kind of illustrate that particular concern is fairly negligible in the end, but just to be honest too, that it might impact the irrigation, for instance, for a day or two.
Yeah, and so I think to both comments is that if you look at 2J, which straddles pages 18 and 19, you see at the end of the second paragraph says impacts to irrigation and potable water intakes would be short-term and minor and would be mitigated either by detoxifying diverted irrigation water or closing the diversion for the duration of the treatment. So it does seem like there's a conclusion that's reached, but maybe because you checked that box about impact unknown, you need to maybe acknowledge that in the narrative and say why you checked that box. Either that or don't check the box, because it may raise questions that leave you open to unnecessary challenge. We could probably spend a lot more time debating that. There's so much that practitioners, when they're doing MEPA documents, are weighing. It's a tough job. You are trying to do your best, and that's all anyone can ever ask of you. I think the only thing I had for a suggestion in this section was at the top of 17, it says we expect the stream to detoxify within 48 hours after the rotenone application. Several factors influence rotenone's persistence and toxicity. Warmer water temperatures promote deactivation. It has a half-life of 14 hours at 24 degrees Celsius and 84 hours at 0 Celsius. As temperature and sunlight increase, so does deactivation of rotenone. Higher alkalinity also and pH also increase the rate of deactivation, those are great metrics and great background data. But then what I wanted to ask was, well, what's the temperature in the creeks that are impacted and being treated? And what is their alkalinity and pH? And maybe that's somewhere else that I just missed. But if it's somewhere else, you know, in an appendix or something like that, make reference to the appendix so people know where to look that up, and maybe just put a summary here. Ramshorn Creek is X degrees Celsius during this time of the year that we expect to do the treatment, or, you know, along those lines, because to me it begged the question and I didn't get the answer. So unless anybody has any burning comments they want to make real quick, I'm going to go ahead and move to the last couple of slides. Anybody out there want to pitch something in real quick? So we can get you done.
Are we supposed to see the alternatives in this document?
I'm sorry, say that again, Fred.
Excuse me, were we supposed to, was this document supposed to present alternatives as well?
So it did, as I recall, higher up in what you read earlier today.
Okay, got it. Okay,
yeah, but it didn't do it within the analysis. So you bring up a good point here is some documents are structured so that when they go through the analysis, they say this would be the impact of the proposed alternative. This would be the impact of the no action alternative for each analysis section.
Yeah, I guess they did allude to that. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so it's just a matter in how you organize your documents sometimes. And again, just something to keep in mind as you think about how you do yours so that it's most readable to the public.
You're right. As part of making their case for why they're proposing it in the first place, they explained what the result of no action would be, and it was convincing.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Appreciate you asking. So last couple of slides here. As I said earlier today, my office, the Environmental Quality Council, keeps a MEPA database electronically, and we are the state's repository for MEPA documents, and we would love to have you send them to us regularly. We have committed to being the state's archive of these documents and holding them in perpetuity. The DNRC, for instance, uses us for their historic archive so that they don't have to build their own archive. Everyone's encouraged to submit all of their documents. Technically, you only have to submit EISs, but this goes a long way toward public access of the historic record, not necessarily as the project is happening. And you can tier to these in the future if you can look them up in a central repository. To send them in, just send them to legmepa@mt.gov. Our coworker Dawn Field mans that task, and she loves if you just send them right in when you finish them. Some agencies are sending them in batches by quarters, which is fine too. Otherwise, Dawn is out trying to individually scour your websites and look for them. And sometimes she's successful, and lots of times she's sure she's missing things. So if you'd help her out and just send those in electronically, that would be awesome. And when you do, please be sure to include a description of the proposed action and the location. If it's not clear within the first couple of pages of the document, we put that on there specifically with MDT projects. They were coming to us with town, section, and range numbers only, or mile marker numbers on highways, and we had no idea how to find them easily. And so if it's not immediately apparent in your document, although I would argue it should be, please include that in your email and then submit regularly. And lastly, consider me a resource if you ever have questions that pop up. I may not be able to answer them right away, but I'm very willing to go talk to people and look for answers and get back to you. So don't hesitate to contact me.